Radio program of the year 2023. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
And that's the radio program of the year 2023. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ekosiisen On Asempa for winning the best radio TV program, Ghanaian language of the year.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen On Asempa, which is part of the multimedia stable, for winning the best radio TV program, Ghanaian language of the year. Shall we do a big round of applause for the team as they make their way here onto the stage?
Congratulations, Obi and the team.
Shut up, my message is but it's been good having you.
No, I'm also happy being here, because I really wanted to go on a platform this year, but I said, no, let me make it different a little bit. And I'm also a fan, because I listen to you a lot, I watch you, and, I want to say God bless you for whatever you're doing for us. And some of us, we use your messages and create music out of it. So God bless you very much.
Thank you so much. Shut up, my message is but it's been good having you.
No, I'm also happy being here, because I really wanted to go on a platform this year, but I said, no, let me make it different a little bit. And I'm also a fan, because I listen to you a lot, I watch you, and, I want to say God bless you for whatever you're doing for us. And some of us, we use your messages and create music out of it. So God bless you very much.
Thank you so much.
Asempa de eno na obiati edu awia na maje baby aboso nti no Asempa FM de umpo obeti
yeah, that's it.
Na de obi is what the captain's band na bo enti umpo obeti no nyame shira mo bo adwuma
yeah, that's it. Mr. Moaten on that tag code ano
e dey kan ma ya chia atifo ene ahwefo titiri wona wa ma no ne ohwe sese weather e wo ho nyasam kitwa then so na mshu ise dey sitenti enkofo agemira wona wo hwe no mfoni ehwe won so a wo tie no wasom so etie and so Ghana has so wo hwe
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
much be at 3 am you know trotro for one so a wo yo bojoboja enyuma Uber drivers taxi drivers workers whether formal and informal workers baby bia for baby Ekosiisen your program omutie enti yada won se ma gemra omutie
Ekosiisen
asabni nyina no Ekosiisen de kan nyina me se Ekosiisen Ghana for de ni hu na onama ye nyina no Ekosiisen enti I think say nkofo a omutie ase nyune program that inspiration omunya no
Asempa FM.
But say tiasia ya better has kasa no I think that we have to understand the word Ekosiisen asam na wi yina no and Ekosiisen ye be kan wa yina de na bonten wo a wote konso na chi de etie me ame kasa aban mpanimfo yina Ekosiisen ye wiwie ni yina ye ko wiwie e wa bobo ano and this oman na ye som oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoko ni ye chichire a na Ekosiisen
Chief Bine akwaba na apom teden
Osei Bonsu
Ekosiisen On Asempa
Agubo na dum na won pa bonti etase
fantastic na mete fote won catcher bibia bokwa
o nyagubo na dum bibia dadi na wazo apom
nyame na dum kakra ye pem so kakra
Asempa awu na wuti nyina wa kire de so apara Ghana ha ye bi enyo to 100 wi abere a won du nyawe ambo mo rekodu bia obama ya so at
fantastic
Ghana manda wonas
ba obi na ankane na mi sheda nim se we heavy sir but say majuwadi
waje mede yo
majuwadi ba utimbe yo de ba osa meka mi ni mi junior ba kokọ ayi court circuit court bi mi modi
okay
na mi junior na o announce no my lord Philip Osebo or the Philip Osebo
I know say the Philip Osebo
body Philip Osebo na my lord chekunyam Philip Osebo are you related to Obi of Asempa?
Hey.
Obekando na mitiaro say I say yes, my lord. I'm saying, it's what you do, dear. I'm a Asempa. I don't know what do Asempa do. I had the Indian and said, "Oh, bongo for ya." What traho crack as I bring and Kayaba, you Supreme Court today. Hey, you didn't do a court. And you do judges net you. Judges, organic you. Obetier for information. Yes. These are me judge. I met you and this Nika San Maduno.
I don't want to be a judge.
I'm the man. Some your judge. Kamitia and this Nika San Maduno.
Oh, yeah, then I'm say. Hey, you're there. Wow. Oh, that's nice.
Mamma who judge crying out. Boy, I was up. Bonsu. Obi of us. Are you related to Obi of Asempa? You know about Academy. Just a no. Yes. I did hear Besradi Aji. Nothing about.
Oh, nice. Wow. That's nice. Douglas, I think we have to do this interview again.
Obi, I'm always pleased to come here. Asempa is one of the biggest platforms. I've always been an ardent listener of Asempa FM. And Obi, you are doing so well.
Yeah, that's it.
I know easy, but I always say this to people. Yeah. Say, if you are doing something good for Ghana, Kofi Ghana, I'm a Ghana. I'm a Ghana. Ningana, Ghana. They are supposed to protect me. Yeah. Yes. True. So that is Obi. You are doing so well. This is one of the biggest platforms I've ever been to. And I'm so appreciative of the fact that you invited someone like him to be on this platform. God bless you.
Remember Anthony Nupenu Akwaba Nafe. Anthony Akwaba saying,
Obi now so.
Nothing who watches her. At a campaign in Gwenti.
Obi Nemba. Obi. Anthony Riba. Obi. Obi.
Anthony Nupenu. Charlie me who watch my feel brutal.
Yeah, me adum ye ho ye na also.
Adum.
Jumana na e bonti.
Me meet me who.
Ye bi me who retired to your fault.
Organization. Is it our form?
Jai communication, my communication forum. Cry, Baba.
Oh man, no from back. Lawyer Sami Jenfi, I remember Akwaba. So Sami Akwaba to saying,
when you adom,
Bibi a koi,
when you media chain,
as over hatchet.
As a frame yatche, also a frame yatche, but there be a major bread, remember Munqua, Miti Ekosiisen, and Mama Moa Basso.
Yeah, that's
it. Production team with the Juma Sombo, my Ghana, and congratulations once again for winning the radio program of the year.
Yeah, that's it. We appreciate everything you also do for us. Monsoma Kahone, Jumanity Mekweni, Edamonswa Sepa for the support and everything. Dudu na Obi na eba Ekosiisen so kaono nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kao ye el chamano so ka ho na Ekosiisen so de yero nam posawo no ese Ekosi inti ye bom abaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The same ya me kan ya na mre bi mo bo no. Mo ye program, mo political program mo asante hene. And now come ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program mo ya bonra. And now come ko pie so ewo eye mampusia enka mo ye na yiri program. Na sisi ene mo won kan ide. We gaman Ekosiisen. Eno ano. Sorry, that's it. Nice one.
My issue is not about the reduction of the price. If it is even 10 cedis, pay them. You are not paying farmers. That's what my beef is. And in Parliament here, we are also suffering. No money anywhere. And you talk about reduction in inflation. Where my issue is not about the reduction of the price. If it is even 10 cedis, pay them. You are not paying farmers. That's what my beef is. And in Parliament here, we are also suffering. No money anywhere. And you talk about reduction in inflation. Where is it coming from? If you don't pay, who spends? This is the time that the cocoa money should have boosted the economy. No money. So in the villages, the economy is zero. They are not growing. Nobody is spending. So how do you talk about inflation coming down when you don't spend and you can't even pay MPs and give us our entitlement? You are all suffering, but you won't talk. So please be sincere to yourselves and let's say the truth, and the truth shall set us.
All political parties, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great joy. All political parties, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great joy and gratitude that we are gathered here to celebrate the 69th Independence Day anniversary of our dear nation. On behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, and the Ekosiisen Municipal Assembly, I warmly welcome you to this year's celebration in honor of our forefathers who laid down their lives so that we can celebrate this day in freedom and dignity. Today reminds us of the courage and sacrifice of those who came before us. They endured hardship so that we might live in freedom and peace.
Political parties representatives, teachers, our Ghana students, the media, distinguished invited ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm compliments from the President, His Excellency Don Dramani Mahama, as we commemorate this memorable occasion at the forecourt of the Presidency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am light-hearted to join you witness this meeting, a day on which our sovereignty as a state was gained, legitimizing our identity as Ghanaians to shape our destiny. Today marks a significant milestone as we celebrate 69 years since our beloved nation won its freedom from colonial rule. Thanks to the tireless effort of our courageous.
Now, me experience with a me too quite pa. I've gone to so many countries. You can be a flyer. My fly. Now, my experience na ye ko Busan. We PUS na ye ko conference. Na edu baby no. Pilot no ka kire say ontimi nye bibia.
Oh. Hey.
Na metimu bi Emirates. Ye ko Korea. Ose ontimi nye bibia.
Entimu munya dey.
Ah, o say here.
Muhuri si ana.
E no ka kire ayifo no. Ono so obi antena se. Na me show turbulent say me nua kwame. Is it turbulent dey me show pa. But pilot bi ka kire me say turbulent dey enyi hu. But say your friend is saying pilot ka say hostess ntena se dey ana asem no.
Ano aye dey.
O ka kire so ntimi nya hwe.
Nti hostess ntena se na o chese san kwahwe fom.
Ah, so hostess ntena se na pilot na asem na me be ka no. Nti ho na me start say bompa yesa me bottom na me use a point of contact me ma no am si nyankopon me your ba be si a me hwe nkola se na wo fa me a wan na be hwe sa nkola ma me bi entimi hwe ne papa bi entimi hwe wo mo me ma no magya wo mo no say na me sasa pon na me boss o si o hwe me a wo si me be ku akola na ne mai wan na be hwe wo mo ti me bompa yesa me te se ade no a stabilize na pilot na back or say somebody prayed I guess
okay so somebody prayed I guess
oh so somebody prayed I guess something surprising has happened the atmosphere has cleared
and on pie boy Juma prayer warrior na ya ono na my bonfire sa agu yeso
me ko Portugal na utim say turbulence and catch Yakupon say God, if you are here in the sky, if you are here with us, show me that you are here. Me see me trying to me dani men in a rainbow Tinipo Timecha, I'm saying, rainbow, no, and I am in Wushy. Namsy rainbow. Missy Obi rainbow, no, any year course till we landed. When we landed, and vanished. Intino, sa a ream because yo wouldn't ream, I wouldn't a ream to me in the ADSC. What I say to me, a ream. It wouldn't a ream to me in the ADSC. Oh, assassin, so the assassin to me in the ADSC. Intino, as I say, would me ma sa weapons of warfare, and would me the use our weapons. Keys in the word in the Bible, the word in the Quran. I don't know Quran words, but as I say, would me a keys, because you see, say warfare, you one can yank up one count Bible, we say warfare.
It's not. And I'm not saying who pictures send me had the one graduated from a KNUST.
Oh, Obi Bedwasi.
Sena
Asema eba ye na ama ye ntimi kan wase. We ya me third master you.
Hey, Poyando.
Me third one no. First one no, me banking and finance MBA.
And who you was school?
KNUST.
Okay.
And I'm here logistics and supply chain management. And a recent one here, I'm a master's in public administration. The third one here, paper 5, I got 2.
Oh, yeah, masters in qua 5.
Aye.
Now, oh, Jade was I say so.
Obi, me perceive me the yard here. What now, na say, oh, here na, Mrene Qua, no, what the wide green knuckle from now, wide green after kicking Hokakra. Out now, na, Adiciano, who say, only to see a memoir. And the old one, there be one thing, but who call school kakra, na, I call my wide green kiki kakra. So, the better match.
Then the other one, your PhD, mum.
The PhD, Omuniska, a doctor, we had almost so quiet. At the almost so doctor, Caprivian, Bottom. The almost.
You masters in our best work, no,
interest, no, come. What you say? Ha, Obi doctor, no, be anymore. Would I have to do much? Ye ba, doctor, one, Bobo, and pussy.
Almost someone now you 200 Ghana.
Oh, and could be the Kaka, the dear trick it will be, and fat.
Now, him, nothing now. And I think San Newman kitten so now, Nina Akabo. Yes, and then Ramitier, Dr. Enin of Kofi Annan International Peace, and he made the point, say, a frustration, no. And Akikabo Mami, but we have all contributed to that. Enra, I had an engagement with some youth on Unim Clubhouse. Yeah, Unim Clubhouse. Clubhouse, eh? What's it mean Clubhouse? Sport baby, I joined. I've been continue. And I know now. What's that? What's that? No, I joined. I don't continue. Yeah. But what is that? Yeah. A social media app. Oh, no more because I'm not going to wait for half. You know, we didn't quite say your name. Oh, cancer, dear. Well, no, I could show about more to me now. Because he did was a club out. Wouldn't say technical tell you, Mammy. Buapayomuno, and I could say Fakai. Because Twitter education, Mediaco Bobby, the Bilani. What about Yakwana Wano, who bram a bread, screenshot to grab and grab bram and bread with them. Was a club, my house. My medication, was there was no commute. No, my medication, I was the club was up. Maza, me ma found the clubhouse. Who will signal? Who will telegram? Me telegram. Yeah, information. Yeah, mama. Yeah, no, guy just see my baby. I know. There's a trap. Bring up. Oh, Kwabena. The dear pa.
Police were pushing the table and it was coming, and I saw that there was danger. So I jumped and sat on the table because it was going to hit me actually. If you watch the video, I jumped and sat on the table and I helped the table to come and fix at its place. We were all doing this just to get the vetting done and also protecting state property. When I got onto the table, before I realized, oh, this time around the table had moved and it was in the air. The police then came in and I told colleagues like, let's move to
we are blessed to have an urban water project that brought finality to the water problem in my constituency. So coming here, I was only going to concern myself with other things. only to go back to the constituency to realize that out of the 21 boreholes dug, 14 of them have been stolen. And as at now, please.
It is in Yamia Galamse no, all customer no cano, it's a double tone. Catrememo pie or Catramanibi. Some George, and you're not done with your sister by SIM registration.
Yeah, or say when a proper SIM registration.
La Bacoa Canada, a young contumely near Yamna room.
The Emma Maker Sane say the majority chief whip in parliament is a lawyer, a Roxanne Nelson da Fiamma, was so name.
Papa no mumia ne show a we omo you know appointment committee on
the Emma Maker Sane say the majority chief whip in parliament is a lawyer, a Roxanne Nelson da Fiamma, was so name.
Papa no mumia ne show a we omo you know appointment committee on
Just do these observations and it keeps going up. Vantage points won't cry and say another a pantine traffic light now kwada na funachi aba consider the tuba to and omo the speaker esikano
na sa ne omugu so ye
omo boy asaponyom na nyom na omo bono emotional blackmailing ote jomna obi ese obo modi na me se chum fa wode ono mfika prekra chum ba omo boy wo ni pedua no so now hwe akra ne gira mo arade mo mu ano mo hwe ni pay se de o si ye tu didi a utimi didi obani anka o ti say hey na we dey na se kure Obina Osha
emotional black
no me catch Osha bo say I won't say tam no because hey na obi get the tube mo bi otimi babage na e kwan ho
na dey akwa something dey mo how they able to survive no e dey akwa tube shene etimi dey bet na kwan for the whole day
na tell o say ya saponyo mi say etima unu hu abrabo say nipa say we dey obi afa check na call baby hey obi Samani Hurbi, not to Kwase Babaza, no boss, not commentators in the Casafa. Where the was Sumwa, Ocham Kodia, Onyamin Shirano.
Oma master arts, no? Hey, Maza, almost as we have pictures me. Your picture, no, the traffic in Chia now, Omudi can't picture about Casepa. It was a crown, Radmo Fanchemi. Nana phone a check off crowd. Not yet. They put tube shot to no so fast, no so big. Oh, wow, they say now see. Woman here, woman here. No. Who's the guy who now?
Me na make a choice over beat him 2 times. Me na make a choice say me say panta dey na was ready. Say I mean yi me sika ma me me who time different botomu. Because I kwano hwe me say hey we within me papa. We bless e do go fia go didi.
Constituency chairman Mr. Dramani na wa be my short comment and I said short remarks. Mr. Dramani, chairman of Courtroom Constituency.
Ayezu, Ayeza. Eba jamu ase. Ya mambo nyina yuko ajumapa a Courtroom East ebo ma NDC. Ya mawa yuko
Ibrahim Kakra.
Ebesa ajumapa Courtroom East ebo wo constituency hayi. Ayo bia ni gise ende ya be hia mu ha. Se be hia mu ha de ba ko pe entina ye ba aye ona ye former vice ye former chairman any hello Ayezu ye gina mu ha me mamu nyina yuko se aye ye gina ha ye twa Ejina ha Ayezu Choboy and ejina ha no wa president former vice president John Dramani mama ntine yo hanum
Hello, good morning, Mr. Seku Nkrumah. Good morning, Mr. Seku Nkrumah.
Good morning to you.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you on air?
I'm listening to you.
We have to communicate. Use some communicate concerning you are against anybody who is try to subject your father in line with the Dr. Kofi Abu-Fabusia. Your take on that?
I don't understand what you are saying.
Hello?
I don't understand what you are saying, so please try and explain it properly.
What I mean is, I understand yesterday we make some pronouncement at SYZ FM concerning that Dr. Kofi Abu-Fabusia wasn't a visionary man person. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
We want you to tell us more about Dr. Kofi Abu-Fabusia. The vision.
I'm not too sure I understand what your question is, but if you are asking about what I said on Radio XYZ
concerning Dr. Kofi Abu-Fabusia,
it was simply a comment on
the comment you make. The comment you made concerning Dr. Kofi Abu-Fabusia,
that he was a visionary, and so on. And I'm saying that I don't see how Dr. Buzia or Professor Buzia can be visionary when he stood against the vision of our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Dr. Buzia took over the leadership of the UP after J.D. Dankwa.
Okay. But again, if someone may ask,
he had a vision of African unity, bringing Africans together so that our resources, we can all work to Western or foreign interests that people like Dr. Buzia, which is totally unacceptable. It was during his time that other African nationals were sent away from Ghana, which again is unacceptable and not in the spirit, an African spirit that Nkrumah introduced in Ghana and Africa. So on many
Mr. Seku Nkrumah,
I think he cannot be described as man of vision.
We thank you.
Chalayensu anonso de
about to
Aida Adjoa Asiedu 410
no ayi pay no kra no me hu bi da o aba to akode bi ada ele me amene oba no a o de oba no a no oba na head say gan oba head we chia na ya oba no a
ayi pay
baby oba say oba no missy me di missy eba yo say oh bi ni pa o
Asempa FM.
No crowd debo ayensu ano chalayensu anonso de
about to
Aida Adjoa Asiedu 410
no ayi pay no kra no me hu bi da o aba to akode bi ada ele me amene oba no a o de oba no a no oba na head say gan oba head we chia na ya oba no a
ayi pay
baby oba say oba no missy me di missy eba yo say oh bi ni pa o
Asempa FM.
No crowd debo oko 12 years
12 years na say obi you want to come back do your presentation then no me ni oba no ye no ma ko kire gude no crowd no o si bu say no oba no me ni oba no na wa o kan tira say oba no dia platform oba no mada wo so ni oba no ni awie ni kama oba no ye ni mu dia ba chia oba no
Napo Bawuya tickets. Napo Bawuya ticket is a perfect one for you. Napo Bawuya ticket is a perfect one for you. Napo Bawuya ticket is a perfect one for you.
It's a perfect one for me. It's a perfect one for me. Oh, guys, I go to the idea. Oh, I did the other night. Oh, guys, I go to Papa Fabio in the Abra. What did you observe? Was there a perfect one for me? Oh, guys, I go to the idea as well.
It's a winning ticket.
It's a winning ticket, sure. It's a winning ticket. It's an excellent ticket. The perfect ticket. Oh, guys, I go to the idea. Oh, I did the other Haro. Oh, Gazagro. How far about in the Abro? Just entered. The cameramen, when the majority leader was on his feet, they are only focusing on him. If a cameraman would deliberately take, when I've taken my leg out of my shoe, Mr. Jetro, let your cameraman know that if they want to play politics with a camera, we will not take kindly to it. Yes, Mr. Speaker, if they would now be taking our legs, why is it that when he goes to the majority leader, he's only focusing on the upper part of his body? If the cameraman will be doing partisan politics, then he must be cautious. Mr. Speaker, I had momentarily taken my legs off my shoe. Then he zoomed the camera down to take it. Mr. Speaker, I will speak on some of these things because today it may be me, tomorrow it may be you. It is not right because I was in pain and I removed my legs from my shoe. How come I'm debating? You decided to only zoom down. Mr. Speaker, we should. It's me. Mr. Speaker, why? No. Mr. Speaker, I will speak to it. If we do not check some of these things, tomorrow they will deliberately zoom on your phone and spy on what you are reading. They must be told that they should do their work professionally. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this. Nobody should take it personal. Nobody should hold the fort for them. Tomorrow, it will be you. As for me, I'll speak on some of these things. If you think you should support them, one day they'll do it to you. And you will see. So let us stop them. It is not right that when you are zooming the camera in the chamber, you go and target.
Asempa CSC ne jeshi enyemania free fire service for Ogoso. Omuso moka asai. Ye free video on se petrasa. Ye free Kenya asia. Omuso petrasa. Blood dey ha me say me kroma be free buy no. Fire service for now volleyball court. Utwa msobu adame. Ebu menkenfu foni e wo. Nti suya pa say. Nipa wodi menkenfu be da so be dumuda. Mama. Enti eni abla ye dumja ye wi ejira mo so pick up no mo dey ba. Pick up bibi eni ma mo di be dumja. Enti oba da sia me fa abo no kwasemuni. Oba panyimu be I'm targeting her. I did the police need the tour by me so and my job won't want to be done here. So, fire service need was 5 years to no jada as we see your jacket
because OSP say who tie OSP
just between one new
OSP say the letter alone and the lawyers they attach a letter no from the hospital no doesn't state anywhere say papa no yare or that one ontimi move. In that letter alone, no, for him, enye baby. It doesn't say say papa no ntimi.
She obi me
move.
Me so obi me obi she me da hospital. Amiwu.
Yes.
Me system nyina collapse na me heart nkwa na ye adwuma. Ye kukuru me kobie na se me kire wo mo se me yare ampa hospital doctor. Yes, doctor Tro excuse duty. Say I'm dying.
Hey, that's a who exaggerated.
I'm not exaggerating. I'm telling you the truth.
And you pay your coin.
Yes, go and ask them.
Away, you pay your fine.
BNI.
Hey, now be a heart and one. Oh, Nana.
I am telling you. I am not lying.
So you are not working hard and one.
My whole body, I had a total system collapse.
Breakdown.
A total
breakdown. And still you were sent to the
I am telling you.
I don't know who's here.
Oh, there's my at least who is saying, but
I also had to one.
Of course. So what your internal organs. No, I am just telling you your internal organs were not working. Ultimately, I am not joking. Me aunt to Hank Memoir friend. She took me there. Into me cry me quiet no cry. One you know whom I have no more to think about my aunt and so on. Madam Catcher. Sticker, please. If
sticker,
yes.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye Ekosiisen.
Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba obi som
Asempa FM.
It's a Friday afternoon. Ekosiisen live on Asempa FM. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. 43 minutes after 2, live from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. Ma yena munyina sien Simon munyina kwaba emfamomra Ekosiisen. And it just gone by. The sounds of our time and a brew. And on Fridays we play back for you some of the most interesting voices you would hear on Ghanaian radio. And over some of the voice meaning say well would what me asre kama and when him say Syrian and a boy releases stress everybody name any day, and that's what we want to achieve with our Sound of Our Time segment, especially on Fridays. Sound of Our Time, Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, Samara Company Limited, a diabetes, and a Millennium Insurance, me at the Sound of Our Time. I hope you enjoyed our voices and you shared our boche. I mean, for some almost 40 minutes, your both voices at the amamo. Emraso said me hear some segment no ebetwa moso. Africa Queen Mackerel, Ecobank Ghana, almost on a boy, say yemfa me hear some segment no emremo. On my hene kwabena sante is already here, and che memana kwaba na watenenka. Ye wie enoa. After the interviews and a bit so we'll do some in-studio interviews, we'll do some phone interviews, and we'll show you as well. Also, Syntax Tank and a Provident Insurance, the boy say emfa and no emreo. And Sunday, the discussion segment and a Franco Trading Enterprise phone, Papa Pafie, Ebis Gold, and a Emma Ross Home Decor. Almost on a boy say emfa discussion segment, no. We encourage you to be part of this show. Don't be a passive listener. Be an active listener. An active listener, you contribute to the show. You share your thoughts, your opinions, your observations, and keep all of them coming. There were 2 interactive platforms. First, in WhatsApp number 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. and no any yen WhatsApp number 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. That's our WhatsApp number. I'll be to messages na afaso abraying. Sound so na o join on YouTube. Ubetma share live stream no ewo YouTube. And then on the live stream no your comment session I'll be to comment no eguho amayen inti. Those are the two platforms you have to be a part of the show. For our drink channel ebraying na yebejemre akai amount. Asempa FM so ni jumedi ato ne din Ekosiisen. We bring it to you every weekday, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Medin di Osei Bonsu from Yobi. Production team near Dominic Isieboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Ntiamoa, and Ebenezer Tete. Oman Hene Kwabena Santu is here in the studios, and Equia Boachiwa Iya Domenti. Let's do this together. Oman Akwaba.
Obi mejoso.
Apomu yedi.
Onyame adom. Obi. Ebi ada se mekase onyame de baby odi nam ne baby odi ekono. Ebro adwene ne ntiase so. Nti yeda nyame ase se okoso mayehu. Yebenkum ne nifa. Abonefo aketua. You know, Debi Adameka, many continues to be the plans and the scheming and the thoughts and the orchestration of the devil.
Yes.
But Unyamea Uhuye Mobo na ye dine no Bribiada or G free Ufidi Sumfono Nefidinum. The moment you come to that realization, Onfa Unyame Aseda in Niagro. You know, Tibribia Danana, I am more into the Thanksgiving aspect of our life because we be no so appreciate ensure aduane sika ahofama any akwanya nyamede ma wo up and down but you have no other choice. Yes, a choice be you have no other choice than to continue to say erade medawase ebinimu die eye nua ebinimu die eye nsu ebinimu die eya abo ebinimu die ye ntade ne cars omode omo ho atoso. That's how serious it is. Obia woni nyame nti obi won mo so anopa ne nyame nyina ye na tade didi sika nyina ye ntade a osom obi die no necessary ne buka se me edan hodo amewo obi so be ka hyan hodo ne nyina kaboma eye but the ultimate efficient, reliable, trusted partner in life. Sabrabo win. Eyo nyame. Yan kan sa akeke. Nti say me kan. Na ma catch say you need to have a personal relationship. That personal relationship, you know, encounter na be di kind. That encounter no. E ho na wo be hu. Say odin besesa. So what I say. Abraham to Abraham, Paul to odin besesa. It is a one not that personal encounter. Not the beer that would say, no, I said, will be acting on your behalf. Nobody acts on anybody's behalf in terms of Christos. Obi anywhere. Obi anywhere or acting. One can say, Obi and fire to share and your cabinets and to crack Wojman. Yampa. Two things: prosperity and seeking a better place after you are gone. But the two no seek together. And so di now say hunyam munyam bra wo free sasa we suko. But uko seek a ye di nkwa. And what challenges if you refuse to be part of that and the munyam na ya temo brena, then maybe you don't have an idea what's going to happen. Timi de obi media de bia da me ka menim say ono team no so. Mujitum passe onyame ase da de ofedia enye yi nti awie ye da nyame ase enne eye da sonko because enne ye match ne da to so edumiensa na metese oka ye metese oka say kwa na eku na so obi ebe ko chense say onyame wo wafa in the midst of all the storms. De bia me ka se me na me giri se da se fata onyame ebe bounce ba ma bie wani am wo hunu dodo na se wo hunu ni pa omo nwene no mo kanche no mo susu senka ya no kura be pa amako fa asem bia bre ne abusua ne multimedia you have no idea obone from the so ndawo kopim se obepra wo obeku obewia wo on timinda opeso sell. So there's absolutely no need, no way, no chance. So we no so afar to so no nyame bobra wo so kwano akoda there be uda na because they are all pamo no onya amerikaturo didi wachi no enti se o pese o gina brania obehwe form but onyame nti obesori 10 times. That's the most important thing. It is a Christian life without prayer and devotion a problem. It is ubo say adeni bopim 1 second won chiri 1 minute and half bro some various types of ideas about him. Sanetia it obi ani ho ka say ono de baby adwa man meni obi de ayashisha de daso ama yente de ekoso, but we have a certain restraint and discipline because we know say your mind ho kwan availability onyame ho mobro ene onyame adoye ne onyame ho ode sonko no ene na krakra nyina I'm telling you ene krakra enti enyi wadu say onkwa na wade age agu onkwa na oni sika onkwa na oni adwuma onkwa na wadwuma yentua okay no if you start thinking that way what it tells all it will be telling you is that find other options. Those options are the envy, bitterness, jealousy, backbiting, pull him down. Those qualities e be push abo abrabom. Timisro onyame se oboye se ne se so, which means that and which we have all agreed that adie bia onipa bia be su akoma se opeso ye bia no obetimi aye adie bia na no peda me boys o me no move na me catch up say it is just a matter of take a step. Ti we Christian no ko bom pa yesa na wo she dem na onyame nkomhye ahodo na begu so se obedi ye obewunya warepa obekosuku ha obewura ha obesi na wo wie sampa boni san nkomhye e no kran nkomhye na okoda enkase nyame ni wo
nothing will happen.
BBNC o di onyame pese o ka chon se o ton tomatoes o ba manima ba stress ye ntom tomatoes a o se ko fragidie tu anamon. That's it. Kwan ya wo tomatoes ye beto no enye wo wasem e onyame na wo dan no ne be ma tomatoes fo bebre wo obia ba onkwa wo no be dai te be ka se duro na ba na e onyame na akanipa so it is we are always grounded when we have the word of God and that encounter with God in our life. Always grounded is so important, and it's leading me obi to a year me nkoma me gidi say me tifu or nafi so interesting in this country. Very interesting. Before I proceed, I just got the information say Nana Santibidi to ne mami, and I said you know because I just me who enti me hu so say osajo for moto for pen ochihini Nana educhumwa dokuya ochihima osabere ma for kwa brane and ankobia apemseka ne chidom Madam Mercy Amenin Eduane Busuapen, Nana Adodanko Akufo-Addo, former president of the Republic, Ambassador Nana Asante Bedietu, Osaberima Danswa Biamofo III, and Nkronso Hine and Ochi Hine Bemu Hine. So it's about the funeral rites of their beloved Mrs. Vida Adjoa Ago Asante, 88 years. Talent or Nana Sandi Bidio to Mami. Na 90 say Otienka with the Yakone shedding pint. She share any member March 21, 4 court of free paying fee Palace, Chebi, 1 a.m. to 8 a.m. Burial service no year Saturday 21st March 2026. Ebenezer Presbyterian Church, Chebi, 9 a.m. Now for final funeral rites, you know. Dress code no all black. All black into a mano. Okay, so we can get it here. A mano, Ambassador Nana Bedie to Asante. Yeah. And so Honorable
Ambassador.
Yeah.
Plenipotentiary.
Honorable Lorette Koko Asante Esquire. Eninia. Mikrum MP.
Oh, okay.
Kwesi Kuma Asante. Barbara Nana Kesewa Asante, Dr. Abna Bempoma Asante Kwashi. Okay. So Nana Asante Bedie to with
Emebusiane Yako.
Emebusiane Yako na. Ye kase ebre bema ye ba betawchi ene de facha me because ya enua former John gentleman John make Kwaku Obinje
also ne mame
Nasi
and ne yere mame
Nasi enti the hotel yi paso o saber ma ansasa seku the third enti Madam Regina Ama Nyantechiwa Minta the late tinyame aduma you know she and a 14th of March Ghana Police Church Odoko any Accra Academy School
just opposite Accra Academy School
now if you accompany the crowd Osu Cemetery the Thanksgiving services the Ghana Police Church Accra Academy opposite dress code near red and black inti Kwaku Obinje was that from enya de ketwa say was that from obi enye adwuma ketwa you know because wabefa o ma kwan ma obi two eye na koma e de buy nti exam so demonstrate say
yes what bema
I so ujina brani we na hono na brani jana hono na problems wolo because unim de uni ma de efe unim de ma wasi opese o ka chene che wie peyo na so utim say yes bema si so ma so na ba we de utim de usima na wo hams ya eti Kwaku Obinje I know say enye easy moments there ma kutawire because one kutani mu a enye adwuma ketwa kutani na kora no na hye ne bose enye onyame nim die nti abribia da BBC isi me de bia da meka especially when the age is beyond 70 we are forever grateful but oyenipa nti ebeka oni pedua nti onyame enkora oyire ni nabusuan and one kasa the moment that you've had with your wase which is a very sweet moment intino onyame enka ho na obi na memfa we ntun chen quickly na afia na isa the base no omo ya info
the base and the base is ya nipa otibonso na e for me
well
I say omo ye nkofo as they believe in the ideology of the Honorable Kennedy Japan the Kennedy Japan camp publicly dissociate omo from the base but
we are sure
me say publicly
but we are sure
yes in public at least in komo amene Kwesi Kwaten edi no we dissociate Kennedy Japan from that group that's what we know in public as to say behind the scenes maybe because of that I don't know but in public the omachi omo Africa
well obi mo we there to omo any new patriotic party omo offspring of new patriotic party
more like
yes. You know and the way the media mechanic say omonhwe no omonto to omonyo yi the base no there were any so on there me catch you and say crocodile the job asem na nkasa or the base na nkasa say sir I'm telling you asem wo asem wo ho nipa bi ni mu kro mo don amanyoko ni patriotic party on efa sumasi edidwa the base edidwa yeah inti me media they be ada
meka the base no a serious grouping sir
well in fact more offices call marshal as ebia no say
offices
I'm telling if you care to know
the base
yes the base where bakuni
me ho na swimming pool now almost say your office
yeah
the ice hotel
yes now obi eno kwa de anya asemo once you have an edifice be as a kiosk who say container say PNC ni emina besenko
we no na too plush to be
well
party be office and group be office
whichever way
so swimming pool now
but after hard day's work now president be say
the base for akojare home
one way bottom line is that omo enkam clean and clear said the beya na ebi hu but if we obi beka say MPP for ebeya omo nkofo ni kodi esumasi dwa
na say majority of nkofo e wo ni MPP for that
and because omo nkofo no actively now with MPP no who say I say friction kakraba enti no oyebi ni mu kodi sumasi dwa still enti omo careful
would you be surprised if Ekobase Honorable Kennedy Japan about publicly to want to associate with the base? Would you be surprised?
If you are CBBA, no, I mean, I say, minya president media. Me the main ko kanjo say Debbie do because men ko bomb pie say and your papa ngu mi so na makoka say Debbie president we necessity different Debbie. Enye mani bre enye ma but I work towards whatever positive in this life no eba me so mensra be ma so mi nyamedi anti enye me won say because amanyo sem na ye ne say obi wa ka say we di akirache amanyo sem aye no pa no nyoma bebre si nyoma bebre say nya sem we mu otro kakra me kika nipa binimu asie ni sisi agma say ja amanyo sem ni mu na wasa so we need to, of course we need to be careful. We need to be careful. It you ya manual sema kwa tintintia oh one esre the ekoso we chikra maybe you have no idea about it. The base. So I say that whether the base, whether the octogen, whether whatever no the base no me monitor mo say 40
the NPP as a body corporate no should they be worried about the base
in so many ways?
Really?
Oh, in so many ways. Say we see the scenarios of Fonka and NDC no
Fonka games
and Obeda Samoa and Gusitando mono so different from that of the base here FFB and then it's so different. And if you underestimate it, Afafanto can tell you that in a way we didn't get to where we want to get to, but there was that diversion now. A buama monsu de namonsu pesa monsakano monsantimanka. So I say, and in whichever way, no, the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Lawyer Justin Rebecca Jose, party here nipa. But and yes,
you need quality.
Party here nipa. But the quality now, all the adjective are qualified. No, how do you determine that quality now?
Quality ne ubia. Onimse when you join a political party. Things will not always be smooth, number one. Things will not always go your way, number two. But you have a certain fidelity, and that fidelity is to the political party.
Yes,
it is to the political party. That
and yes, from a boy,
now. No matter what it takes, you are a member of this political party, and you continue to be a member. Normally, we debate due to the way but your fidelity is to the political party. And nona, Mimi Hune say you become a quality member of the political party.
So Obi, these quality members are can make different area, but what the back of 50 maybe my mentor will feel because we are another area you can advise. Say, free a year hachu if a game per bypass. Ubedu game passer, Bakwedo ko a year university. But you do call for university. Before that, a crossroad, won't say Ubia set it up. A year said tomato or whatever a be on but Obi
baby I'm to tongue cram
I set up tomato Obi, but how can this happen? One, me check and that road is earmarked for expansion. Expansion. That's number one. Number two, grid ko for no lines no one customer be catch say Obi any who kwan say ubesi structure bia was na other na ya na yes sir.
What you've seen them build, no, like a permanent structure.
Of course, of course. That's it. Now, yes, you're not Canadian. Apart from 10 to the season, the Omaye Bianoma Boka, Asha Foundation cement, and Omodi fibers, a debut, Omaboka system. No, I'm saying that who advised them and with whose authorization?
And Omoye Sadian.
It's Uber why investment when you know we now, Ochina, Yakudiagu.
Now,
then people will start talking. I don't Anna, they use a certain influence that is not permanent. Yes. Uber who know been a tarnish. Brilliant idea, but the location clearly and you're good for him. Brilliant idea.
Or quite washing bay or interchange.
Now washing bay no old piece of modern. Most washing bay I see honum knows the washing be. I see honum now. You know, Kwana Sim, Kamamene Koyeno, and then me piano and me old one who's a washing bay signboard with Bob. My own I see her now. I had a new desire back Ghana, and I said, it may be, as I say, pay attention to all because I have seen it. Therefore, the only bohos take another pillars. There was washing bay.
It shouldn't happen. Why are not for free, sir? they be honest me development no me cra license 8 me cra permit once a manya permit the mama kwan no that permit no can either be void ab initio or voidable. It is a wakwaje permit now be washing bay ewo moto a friend say interchange ase against public policy. It once against public policy, avoid.
Common sense will tell you this.
I mean, you can't.
How is this possible?
You can't do that.
So that's why I make us say assemblies now, Brasim, they have to lift the game and live up to certain responsibilities. Because they're making tomato factory big one. All grid conform. Say grid collines now. More 2 years for Nagana Nankasano. More so mumra. As more expect say, yeah, was and they be the bumra. It amazes me. It's like some of our politicians how they behave and tend to tell us that we need to respect the rules and regulations. I don't get it.
Anyway,
I don't get
assembly
it.
Chrono,
I'm surprised.
A horse should be under
Ga East or whether Ga was. I think Ga East. Minim dear Baba. Ba me show the anyone was a Ga East. We say
please they should move and.
Because Obi, ebe we actually no. Ebe we actually no na kwen sem bebre.
Uko tu na.
Ebe we actually sem bebre.
Because once onu nya establish pe another person so be juri dia no etwa so sa na ho nyina asen aba be bi.
Honestly, I think that we should really look at
baby on ton pontin.
Oh, nanu nyina se aka. Don't make say me yonko adwuma but meka aja ho na me so me to me ponchi firi. Nti no o se da sumi agum na me railways. All that I can communicate to you is that sa bia honom na nkasa no enye bia eye papa. Ba wo piama tum eye se madam funtimi nka meka. Ese wo piama to aben. Ye nyina na egu anim ase. Ana enya me yonko ne nko ano to aponche yi wo no. Na de akoya aben. Sa brewe ya. Na sa brewe na ye wi akiri omunya season. Koya aben. O de obo de besi wo.
Obo kife ho ye kakra.
I agree, but honestly, I feel whichever assembly shall be, they can strategically develop that area. Now I am quite demarcated. Now, why come on. Now, Bibia Cosentino, will be these are something. But first issue,
yes,
police recruitment and
other services.
Matters.
I hear say police, fire service,
immigration,
and immigration.
You know, and it's other matters. Coming up. No. Obi say unim say enye the first time they be had this challenge of munim say mbefa nipa 4,000 and I'm
500,000.
The kind of no. It enyum na ya to sa for years. Unim say mbefa nipa 2,000 and I'm akoton for 100,000 and I'm akoton for 500,000 and the kind
every year
it show mine na team no. Two. Former Interior Minister Henry Cotte. Ne penso. So who say they say don't get sikasai. Chairman say don't get. Who say the NDC for sikasai that party for any patriotic party want to form a force. So what I say and no institution or say or ya my example say hwedianka ebesi say ya koto abane yi nkonfo bi ese wem the MP for so mko hwa abazo won de besi it tirimponi e papa it is abre no kan papa tie ya wie ho no and so won say NDC for so ekem say omunya kwanya e security enya kwanya e security agencies ni so won say NDC for so esweka the hwenoma na ekika kan na obi they told me police force no mame dually on meeting 49,000 the whole police force
Ghana police service
yes
personnel ni no mo 49,000
enti say obi ko gina ba bi ka sese fa nipa 500,000 nyina he be akromfo e be chichi omo a ye be hwe no so wasem
but asem no o kan sa
me say the make can say say obi gina baby this ankomo
no say yes don't get here
and I'm say
at least it has been attributed to us don't get here
okay so
I just want to be clear so asem no
me ba ho be say until me say obi gina baby a say esa na tia which we have to look out for their voice and play
okay
then we are doomed.
I mean say okay and there may be not okay diagro okay asem no maybe I'm okay diagro
there will be And only the metimaka was the idea grow. Say I grow ni ebe didi ya amamumu ni o mind teach dia. Such a sensitive issue anipa all over social media no. They are after Muntaka on your she.
And
it's what is it? They are after Muntaka on your she. All over social media, NDC people, they are after Muntaka. Why? These are some of the things that a bit more sparky idea emwa. And obi so ka say the idea agora. Yes, yeah, bit media. No, I'm saying. You see, sometimes NTS them you can't MPP tell you catch them. The standards are very important too. The standards are set for us to follow. Are important. Anything will be better tomato factory. An illegal area, but we all look on. We don't care. Till drive park on 15, we all look on. We don't care. Debia da omo citizenship expire. E my way mu. E kwa e wa kukudro edin se money than ya kroma. But can afford akwanto. Wa oni krata no ye gaga na pie na kwa edidi we ade. So we have become a very reckless, partisan, lawless country.
Yes. Me, what I think, man, the controversy we in our banner say. Once a dan ye be bo honorable Muntaka Abaso wa ha. Say obey press conference before so mo be portal. Emma o mining na hu say obey o application in online. O kwa one form no mu use for all the agencies. Ope police na what take ope immigration, ope prisons na why ye. Ebi mu kra be ka from no more apply for all the services. Hoping say baako ebefa. Ye born abaso. But I think in that press conference, no, he should have gone a step further to let the Ghanaian people know, said this year, this year, Nipa yefa into our services, no, 6,000. Yefa police for 500. Yefa way for 200. Yefa way for 300. Now obiya ye clear. Then you know, say me kwa koto form na. Minim say okay, number police for air fan is and I would see how but when you leave that vague for close to 500,000 people to buy the forms, when we know say 5,000 near Baba Befa, and we treat that information and say yeah, top state secrets be I am more man for minims this anke be say in that press conference yeah clear said this year yeah funny past 6,000. Police for 1,000. Wait for you say. No be at form no any. And I think we should get to that level, man. Charlie,
I was building a point.
Yes.
My point is that we are just not ready for any change. Now can you pensia military recruitment.
I
echo of aiding. Now can post for energy ministry for almost adwuma efo a omoko adwuma police force anyabre abromo pram eko of ayedin
Asempa FM
na do no masisi o oman we mu a akọ just like that. Now if members of parliament ewu na even still and then egusu ye hwehwemu a yewu de ye hu ni tiri ni kon a, why wouldn't you be protective of your own self? Why? The way we are treating this country, no, baby, I need to know. Maybe in pain for no more money eguso saying I am cautious ditch muna because we don't feel so okay. Apart from that, saying your teacher of mine, saying your book row.
I don't understand why.
I didn't when you're written a chrome say a crony benini, a munipa benini. Yan should be you.
And one thing that irritates me to the core, well, enemy who me am madam for Honorable Edward Bauer.
Yeah.
Who's a Goyle CEO.
Yeah.
Obey a post to be and I don't understand if people still don't read the room to know where we are as a country. Because this when you campaign on the mantra of resetting Ghana, you don't come and do things and justify it with Nyoma Ghana for rejecting it. For example, Edward Bauer makes a post, say, where is it? And I will delete it. Okay. It seems it's been deleted. Well, he made a point, say, and in 2018, Nipa 82,000 was in the top forms. Na omo aban fa omo adwuma no omo say 4,000 was na will be catch up by that and so on refund this scam and I'm like inti.
Are you sure on nya kudo trust?
Yeah, I saw it. Honorable Edward Bauer. I saw it on Facebook.
In 2024, omo catch the Ghana for say major priority 24-hour ACG teach omuntum insu omuntum. I don't know say.
I don't understand.
You see, let's be serious here. But no, be Michelle. When they do those things, no, Omani development, that's why NDC for the donor during the MPP for Ghana for Kanyana ni kwanso munya kwanya ye adwuma. I say NDC for no kwan na so munya kwanya adwuma. No mudidi. Right, because maybe on fees a baby, son and AC. But the word that you used, yeah, teacher on my own, yeah, teacher political parties. The mistakes of MPP cannot continue to be the mistakes of course, that's my point.
For the same mistake.
That's my point. Because we are saying we breeding idea, a bit hot to hold. A bit very hot to hold.
Because I mean, what I was impressed about this year recruitment, was the announcement the Interior Minister made. Say a application will be done online. Obia will access to. That was improvement. But when it so happens, say nipa bebrena na akoto forms abra nipa ye fa de eswa na ba be issue you don't come and justify it with mistake MPP here or mining nyina reject here in record fashion. It's and yes you don't understand
the bin has been principle.
You don't understand the research.
The bin has been principle completely. So if this is his argument there on your principle on this matter on your principle no ankasa ni nsem o mokeka kire Ghana fo. If we are to hold them by what they told us, so please be a truthful, honest, principled politician.
Yes.
All of us. A juma be a uye biano, ma no credian juma. So from a ditum said, my fum. I had a name to say Nebesia Kono, but a drew Honoman said no. I reataso. It's difficult for our politicians to say sorry. And then regroup and rethink and then move ahead. It's very difficult. They be power or defend it. They be obia power. Adiano enyo ayedio na odi. O catch and say there be. Adi with the uncle obe different their trial justified and chroma by no okofa kutuka no wesi no rana one is kwata na akufu ado no ye entidien. Say be boa mine na and can justify. Can defend it. Most of the decisions these politicians take on our behalf, it serves too much of their interest at the expense of us. For the cameras in Kwan, Besi there. They be a meka same way amuntia say Ghana pa na Accra Kumasi Road besi ni ntimi ye. Ghana Accra Kumasi Road. We are still up and down on this. Like plane fares so domestic. Nipa say na betima fa sa de no. Most mu dwene ye ho a. Where is our train service? Where is the Kumasi Accra Road? Why? It will be a man with the intent just to be greedy, selfish, self-centered. Think of the man now for then pure as a Ghana factor and the baby. If we are continuing doing and away by no say and away, I just have Bambia bar the previous administration Oja Nachi bro Abambia. Abambia me kan de pamfa do abefa 2 million free no that dey be oba e bia no ana we no oye ne pupuru we no ene sasa we no. Why do we do that?
And I think to NDC supporters ni been so feel disappointed. No, I believe they should understand say when you take the interior ministry based on internal analysis on be would know say okay Ebia this year here personnel say for our forces. A conversation will then be had with the finance ministry because when the finance ministry says this year yentimi enya clearance e manipa 10,000 but monfa 5,000 Honorable Muntaka cannot do anything about it. And I think that point should be made clear.
That one they know longer side. The omo person omo catch 5,000 and omo pay majority of it. Say ya no kasa no. Now me yonko basintali. Eko jina o biem catch us a woman 400.
400 slots.
Hey. Jana dan me come out for Christian me I'm not interested in those. Omo kasa you. Me see me Jesus.
Obama 400 slots.
You in your capacity as what? 400. You can accuse the MPP. You can accuse the MPP that this is what they did, and you are continuing it.
Yeah.
What kind of governance are we experiencing in this country? Over the time, they've taken us too much for granted. They've taken us too much for granted. No, be now your hospitals and the and Tobua, Akoma, Yenuaba, Obi, no, the Koto, Ose, mammograph, MRI machine, was there. Yeah, now why we do share we don't say we pay. They be now over years, you know, Regia, none of the ICO. Ye almighty kolobunu kra hwede ayisio eho otumfo animonyam ana otimidi be pagya a structure e wo conformity. Why we are not principled. The things that we say when we want power, when we get that power, when you hold them by the things that they have said, and also be named a problem. Me, I can't believe it.
Because some of the things they say are not things they mean. To get you power.
I can't believe it.
But when you get the power, the reality would because I don't think Atoforsen is a wicked person. No. But he's now faced with a certain reality, say, all the things we want done cannot be funded in 1 year. And I think party supporters should understand. And the pressure on Muntakano, I think is highly unfair.
Well, that's what I said with you. Because
I mean, what should he do?
When I engage him in the community bank, I'll say, Nipa 500 and something thousand. It will be of a party for 5,000.
You can't, especially when the application process is open to every Ghanaian.
You see, but you know, some of the things are still existent. Protocols,
oh, of course.
Opposition. Oh, how it is. Yeah, members of parliament, you know, are they Obia no ho here at the Grandma on for being and Africa.
I mean, for my sources in parliament, you know, every MP, at least on the majority side, every MP in one slot. In one slot per security service.
But that's what I'm saying. What is the big deal about it? Sebi. Michelle Constituency. Sebi. It's not really to be high, but what is wrong? What is wrong with that? Wabra mama to abamaniti onipa ba ko obehye ni munyam constituency onum no a o manako police and soldier. What's wrong with that? But omo kasaye anything omo echita for no are you extremely bold. A lot of things matters of oral, matters of yebeku yebese on so omo kasa omo say and oral no there. Come on. But emremu so wo do chambra se ni panimpo di bonni se dia so ni mfie fiti prekopen ka machi watu nsa enye nsa
you take the person
but the way they spoke you might have a genuine ensase some omo ye you know my left ensase won some na wo ensase na da abansa ase ye di dwawotwi ina abansa ye di dwawotwi
Omo left suspension.
Oh please.
Now Omo left suspension and the new thing Omo dey abandon.
Me say that punch ni be hu no. Ni tintin na say why be hu. When the MPP was in government, we confronted them.
They denied.
In fact, they feathered it by saying, "Obi na abeshe me no mienu achi, and e pese egu omani mase." What has happened?
Yeah.
Me say punch ni they say so dem so bi ehu. Oyi na owu we na so no eyi ni beto abontia. Obo ni tintin. FM. And then me catch the other announcements. The security agencies, you know, they are very operational when there's a change of government. I wish that some of the shortfalls now ban combat me up prompt no stopping in them.
But I would say me Deputy Minister of Lands now.
Yeah.
Sir Osei Omo lifted suspension on the sale of public lands. No? They say Omo the new reforms.
Minia.
Reform ni bine say.
Ebia na some job
so. Kika di jiwe. Omo koto abaya sasia. Upfront payment or so we Omo obi Omo see premium and we say affairs na MPP won no Omo gi ebi 30%. Omo dey 70%.
So the principle
and afin so Omo beto asase by the actual value of the land.
Please. The
actual value.
Where is the principle?
So I must see MPP for no money turn.
Where is the principle? Value. Please now STC for no value as equal value government cars now. They now money turn toma 450 300 is no the price of the car. Konto free kokora ni merwa. They know the game they are playing. They know. And real value, no. Okay, real value now $2 million. Maybe we could have gotten $8 million, but was it real value $2 million? Okay. The principle is that government now in opposition, interested
in any sale of state land.
It's not about say
in fact, interested. One of the main issues in the oral report, was the sale of state lands. The lack of principle in our politics is unbelievable.
Period.
It's unbelievable.
I say, see, you know, bet me a drift here free ho. Now I try say be boy what so PPN. That's how we be MPP for Kuchucha, His Excellency voices. Any okuje Tony or Momaka voice on this issue about Russia, Ukraine, and then as if we almost the basse the prayer of MPP I can say confidently without any and they say but clearly, Obi, the bottom basic principle in this kind of mindset is that prices worldwide, commodity prices, and yet a determinant of the president of Ghana.
House.
Debbie,
it had the also,
Debbie, and not try to. You see the other aspect of it, trying to justify the difference between Russia, Ukraine, Iran, and now. What's the Russia, Ukraine one? Say a SARS, say the SARS here, and then the say no Russia, Ukraine one. Would you think the world would have suffered, and then people would have used that as an excuse? I didn't been but say fool you been bano. Say say heat almost every epijan muba. And one now be in the city. We are not principled. If you want to justify that $200 per barrel, say Nyamin Pengu could do you're going to justify that then Iran then it
says it could do $200 per barrel. What it means is was saying so a boy a ton of Ghana and a pigeon. And
I'm saying I don't know about trading, who trading.
Oh, some of them will say across on the world.
I don't want control of my uncle. I'm a phone.
Obviously, they have control.
Ultimate control.
Darby.
I know you tell you ultimate control world market prices. Oh, really?
Darby.
And then I mean, you're powerful, only powerful. So, Mr. Obi, the number person can say, Yenya sa Adiana ya. Emwa or man because Babatra Kunyan so a bit can't fail.
It's true.
It will be a who man your semen. When you say we are not by overly global, it is all didn't come in now, and they quite want to try amount for touch them and emprono. I want to try to be bria to all.
I must say a few moments.
So what I said, I want to try to be bria to all. It is the next time we didn't come out. I did be a fair German so I want to determine my Your best is always to wish say one casambe creative buffer be. Now myself hope say even if a theatre creative for so crana. Even if it's about to say you are John Jinapo, my men Chiano Namenka say Monia Jumapo Gusia. Or no, one who is here, who say, you been enough buffer beyond the 4-5 weeks like I was in case a cohesion is former. That is what the MPP learned and did the agenda 111.
Hospital.
Yes. And the idea be a Sibiano, Mama, my entry and Dario. Because so already. NDC can in opposition. Now her idea breach here embassy boy na air banner say body. Do you have the courage to tell Ghanaians that because of the Iran war? Now better walk away.
I don't know Timinka. I don't know Timinka. Well, I'm say Russia, Ukraine, and no a different from Iran, ni US, ni Israel, dear. To come in need different. Back. In to come in need different, man.
Well, be. It be Obi. Miss Bibri.
Nana has your Jewish say Obi. Tell Oman that NPP are not praying for US, Israel, Iran. But we all pray for what they wished. Or so we all pray for what they wished for Akufo-Addo and the MP.
No. Most of the things that they wish for the country, not necessarily the person of Akufo-Addo. The person of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Obeko. So those wishes now, wishing as he said, against Oman. Now do Danko Akufo is excellent na machiao baby obi na no na ready say
75.
Yes. Omo
yes.
It is oko tata na do sab even though no leading na. Your wish should have been that it's not on mine timijina brother near Konkai. Why do you wish John Mahama and his NDC? We can criticize the attitudes and characters of some people in the NDC. It doesn't inure one to the benefit of this country, two to the party NDC. That is the criticism. Yeah. The Ghana factor first, then the partisanship second. Other matters will follow. By a party be dear Nimna Ghana be dear Chira, we will not think right.
Madam for lawyer Bakut here, I say Obi, good afternoon. The truth of the matter is that security recruitment cannot be non-partisan. The foot soldiers of the NDC were promised, and that promise has to be fulfilled. We cannot use the slogan of resetting to justify a promise that has to be fulfilled. Our people have been neglected, and we demand immediate action from government and the party. The NPP people deserve employment in the service. So must be done to the NDC too. This one is not a matter of principle. It is a matter of equity. Tell Omanhene to relax. After the NDC people too have been recruited, then we can all start on the same footing.
That is the danger. But make a win chair. Ansana minimum madam for no. Ansana yebedu sa point no. Say whatever it is, abansi say biano. Then me catch the beginning of the year last year say. Nipa bia irukutu biano. Ewo sa brenim be say na me no kase. Get ready that. Also be for wadwene. That is the principle of how you build your mind. Onipa bia irukutu no. From Sabrina NDC ba power no ebesi nne no dwene ho minu se sa o mind na mpese achichire dia why na ka NDC ni ensem fata na wana abra mpese obedi bi wana abra mpese obedi bi so I can support 100%. Obia oye osefata qualifies baby opese omdini to bia no why there are priorities ye fa nipa 100 na se NDC for enya 40 there can no man munchengu so enya bone. Well, I don't know about it. Unya kwanya roma unko sum party no. Eya kwanya when I say obesum o man de ntia emu da ho kakra ma won say o party o hene bana de papa etiase. O party ana e mouse akwanya no ma de remu. It would done ase, but would da Ghana as the bigger one. Nobody stops any NDC person from being a priority to any minister, any opening in terms of job allocations or employment. Or nobody can say that. No nama wiema o koba no insuobo na ye pia ne hye gatam na ye didi na tem ne kan semensem fata nyina no sa bre na wo a wo ka se wo mana kwanya na we. There's a limit to whatever we do and say and act.
Yes. But I think one thing is my friend or the message ne ba ye no. Is it the mindset, or man, and I want to be clear on this, sir. Recruitment into a security agencies, also the criteria ego. Oko website now, all of that is there. For example, so you'll be out here flat-footed. Or now do 9 form na and 9 seen na the form flat. I was said to crow down. Say at the whole flatter, you cannot be in the security service. Are they saying, say nipa ni NDC ni? Because the party have power. Sa criteria no.
They've never said so. And Obi Mame Empacho.
No, but that's the way. Who call social media? Ebimu fail aptitude test. You understand? They failed the aptitude test. But by some strange reasons, they think that still they should be recruited.
That's a different case altogether. But Mame Sremere Muanza, Eyina, Anna Odetia. And I don't mean Obi Nanya Ghana for ya this year and every theatre US.
Some in can't hit us.
I'm about me true.
Make a flat foot.
Oh, that's a one call for your mama since 1920.
Why mo?
Men call for or more apply height to some BTO.
Ghana.
Oh no,
no, I mean himself.
The truth is that media may call by what interior minister said or say NDC Nibi or Sefata or qualify or Sefata.
Yes.
You cannot stop that person.
Yes. But on some fata and then because so NDC
so that group of people, the party on its own should find options for them because they promised them.
Yes. Because what's really aptitude test and you think our party or power and TM4 security, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't.
In the OB media, a mindset. Yes. And what we want to achieve as a people, as a country, as political party, as politicians, as a nation, and what we want to achieve, Neki. The person achieve is so important. To me, them is Robi. Say on one share no man trans ye ama yin na ya nwene hu ye a. Enipa 500,000 plus. And the interest to join our security services. So 500,000 plus, no. Our best shot is saying 5,000 for this. Oh
yes.
Obina also ada OGG
Adai. Sasa na minister kai. Minister say for this year. Now ombe keep data of more account. Now in subsequent recruitment, no. Amama mo some priority.
Now in data ombe to
Osei.
Uni data ombe to odampa no. Omo no mo start sade no. Ye obana ya mfawa.
Na
omo jato na fe omo frefre. Ebia omo hia nipa no omo frefre. Eno kwa no me no tena aka say, "Hey. Now wait there. How do you go by that?" Because say data na da hodia. Say me no nya privy to.
Yes.
Say we or data na ye frefre number 1. They touch be no. Say nipa no. Uja ne mane course ano. Uni ndi akosi wa bontin a waja ne mane course say oba bibia ya okay nto debi. So me crowd still I don't believe in that principle of say data or into the ebi free money e fe bi shame. And also another open way. Our be betim dia aye overly partisan. My biggest worry is that obi are entitled. MPP NDC obi are entitled. But yenye careful na yanko teni security services no into service to party instead of service to the nation.
Yes. And we don't have to sacrifice professionalism on the altar of political expediency. It's also true, say, the facts will be a political party member and interest won't mean you're professional. Just about the system we build and the kind of service we want. And once we are clear on that, then we know. But what this tells all of us, Oman, and it's because now what we are seeing is close to 500,000 people are ready to work, but and that's simply a national security threat to this whole country. If there is one thing I say, cabinet ministers next now around that cabinet table, it was agitate your mind. What do we do with these numbers? And every strategy put on the ground to make sure that jobs are created either from government or through the public sector. That must happen because for 1 year, you have 500,000 people who are ready to work.
For 2 years.
For 2 years, you are talking 1 million.
For 4 years.
Charlie, it is serious.
So one say this.
Serious.
One quiet is first.
Yes, it is serious.
One quiet is first.
It is serious. Beyond na me and this ni minya juma me we minya juma no. Charlie, this is what is facing. It's serious.
That's why our fight against Galamsey no. Aji yenyina nsem no. Go to Eastern region.
Yes.
A chance for moments or more all the effort. But I no correct. Go to some parts of Ashanti region. Go to Nzima. Go ahead the Ekosiwo. That's what him say. We know and they know. We know.
Asempa.
Go to Dominancy. Ewo sa honum no former transport minister Courtroom Dominancy whatever. Go there and go and check. Na nipa nyina apie na obi omo hu nyina afi na omo kwa yellow galo na omo motorbike ho afi na omo kwa ni na se obi omo ko yin omo ko tutu body and omo ko chi why omo ko ye wachi. We know it is when you know power man form omo ye that illegality no when you know eti me dem sre aban beba enchima no build it up. And that building, an army of hungry, desperate, rejected people who are hopeless and helpless. They look very helpless. That army no near building.
It's scary. And I think for me, Metiana semi wayem shishibia. Oh, it is very, very scary.
And to the
one, no Shatawale Bah. Yeah. Me people share boys na.
Domino.
Oman.
Domino.
Oh man, if nothing scares you in this country, the youth board, the number of people who are in the youth bracket in this country ready to work, it's crazy.
This Shatawale guy, no, Omani Yusu ni crowd.
We have not.
Or a complete command.
We have not.
I will urge the youth and minister, no. Now, on what they can devise around that guy on your industry player. He's not just somebody in the industry, or you're beyond the industry.
That, the command, the influence.
Now you put the full benefits. Or you maybe maybe but on your media domino. And yet easy control.
Benghazi show video no of guys ne be jira no more tonyum.
What does it?
Na ba ko de ohun ne ni.
The passion wakwesi. Ejene say
tam.
Wakwesi. Na me raps o we ne ketre me no wo se moja ko ba. Wa rap wesi say at omutimi ya no matter for say bam wow. We had the combo charge ready.
Oh, that Charles Atawale influence.
Oh yeah, super great too.
Crazy.
Super easy because oh man no obi. Yeah, who we say no. Any kwasi e jano sa akeke.
Eh me they say at least or declare an intention to want to enter full-time politics.
Better.
Yeah, because you see I'll say omuni omare.
Yeah. Apfa religion. Ejude we obi ti say shatter obi. Your man say onu ankasa ensha say enye your man they needed support or mine because of the following and the Ministry of Trade or whichever on shas here and what ne print house be on shas here what ebia ne water line be on shas ono na Greek be ebia sanko concrete on a lead advocate for
on kasa kra take decision say waje asase a is here be going to poultry I say we start with 50 or so thousand beds and all start the guys level of thinking actually I mean from the outside you would have this different perception about engaging him telling the guy is
on industry player what beyond that which Ghana should benefit Mr. I wouldn't know difference nobody is saying that we need the difference but beyond that difference beyond that difference bibi woni mu ese Ghana GRD free no
solid. I think so I've been impressed by his interview and that of Stoneboy. I think for a show-based personality and on one level of thinking, sister, and the reasoning, Charlie, the guys my next person should be Sarkodie.
Yeah, and I'm still engaging Samini Sarkodie, Shatawale, and only Peter Credible.
Yeah, Charlie, the guys. I've been very impressed. I've been very impressed.
Yes, I mean, I'm also saying in your lawyer. Don't use and
George Oparea.
The message on treat the full potential on treating in an free na Ghana mabruno because omo GDA bi won mu amane broso. So
I say kudos so far to show-based guys so
well obi to say A+.
Yeah, A+ has done very well. Super. And people should understand say so we call parliament now rising on your feet in parliament to speak and yet a determinant of how well the person is performing. I mean, the gift of oratory, and you'll be on the work. I mean, and you'll be on the bit my kujo upon chroma, and you'll be on the bit my afenyo marking, and you'll be on the bay Yariga, and you'll be on the bay the Fiamakpo, and all those guys. Well, but a Bimonso will complement that with real work, real initiative, and what A+ at least, even if materializing you see genuine
A+ crown upper man kase bi
yes
na call the constituency na for na kokasa
go and do the work there he's doing
something and I'm saying no crown men kase bi because they me here on the constituency I'm getting the results
to do it the last time I really didn't come over I was say the dream is to be president of Ghana and he would use the constituency Gomoa as the springboard to enter the Jubilee.
But he's using it.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing.
That's what bit makacha on tell say me aji mesi form.
Obi entimi
to aji nyame.
I know the last time it is Obi came, you know.
Esunu koto
of a report.
Oh yeah.
Honorable Eslo Usu. Chum. Honorable Esla ba han ga word ben no Usu yes say aji nyame obi entimi do na ye den gbe den Jagbele. In can focus a Jagbele out here say.
Yeah. Oh no. I bet me.
Jagbele. You say Ajenya me on. Aji owu.
Jagbele. Ah. Na Jagbele kra.
Aji owu.
Edi we say tum. Jagbele enye din bi obi nickname bi na Ghana and sense bi. Yeah.
Jagbele.
Yeah.
Anyways. Enti oman e was me here interview unim say a Jumara program no under the auspices of the NEIP.
Erika G.
Yes. enti unse omu go through training edema youth no and a drew baby I was say omu fund our youth ne pet to go and start omu businesses no now we say go through process the fund management committee you know aye around the whole country as I met you report to NEIP and hopefully next week or two the distribution of funds na ebe shase nyamia one of the fund management committee members na ewa ha I pesi ebusa no criteria no waba mama nemra waba ha ama obetire criteria we be say be we be bunu na wutie and for me the proactiveness no na eye say be your chena bi say obi kokko ensaka fund ni bia untra ba bi en complain because the criteria is clear say nyoma we ni yehwe ediama and they want to fund. I think this year almost fund this 2,000 people or so. Obia ebenya sika ediashe ne dwuminti a really good mover. Eric Mami mo Eric Abaso na me nkase ono so ne administration ne leadership no aye so great. Na mensan mo Ira James Ejenim Boating. Oh, SIC. Go and check. SIC. It's a new story. Inti mpesi ejebre edeniba. James Ejenim Boating. SIC. Go and check. It's a new story altogether. Wow. It's a new story altogether. Wow. Inti mentia James Ejenim Boating. That's nice. SIC boss. Me nana se wa Kenya system ni mo. Naturally ko jumpe kasa. But as I say no na only be bon komo. At least you changes our eba. No, he's done well. I mean, he's done all of us proud. Inti obi me be free but a mixed reaction. Me papa birthday yene. Oh. Inti yeah. I mean fan the crazy. Yeah, something else inti. Kafra. Ulma baby obi onyame. Yeah. And show so. Fan the crazy. Me be sia. Na maka o say okwadwofo kwa boata tianchen. Yeah, nukosua nyansa. Anti besua. The Bible uses wisdom. Besua wisdom in marriage. Yes. Ewo me ho. Me ye miles ahead. Me be my doctor Sribo kwa texting this year. Me ye miles ahead of you in terms of our wisdom. How you can contain that provocative spirit war a madu do na mu no. Omboapa yo omtwetwe ho mama wan hwe yi a. Nti me kireo enhyeso. Yeah. Na machiro no kuredi na machira ho brase na machira obuafo ai so ye e wa wadiem munyina munyan sentimi nye peda na kache elembele keke se elembele keke on the minerals commission atiye deputy CEO me bu bena no atre because emraba na de me komre no na be defend it me kana se mra o atiye e ma eurefree okay elembele keke kache se atiye e ma eurefree na sa kache se funtumfu na mfu denche mfu na mfu omo nyina omofu ye baako Bilbesia mbelekeke alright Ekosiisen is the high Asempa 94.7 FM enti enche one of the fund management committee members for a Jumera program now be cancer with studio abansara no KG Estate and Investment Limited for ewaha ye no be din komo be sima enumni edu na afei yaba ene fund management committee member wa be cancer wa ha no edi enkomo KG Real Estate akwa be te sen oh yeah ja bibia boko na unso e adom eda yeho ase ekoye nti obi a onti KG Estate and Investment Limited eden na moye me pacho ye ton sase kwa yeah pacho obi ohon ma otowi a onyanka yemboa no no nsi dan no okay ye ni nyina nso ede boa na ye wa chopoli me pacho e wona mo office wo me pacho okay your office wo chopoli junction nsase no ye site ni nyina nso wo chopoli ho a oh okay nti wo ba ye de wo site ni nyina na wa watu so bebia obi ohon ma ope bebia ebie dida tende within 3 months kwa osini dan otumi eden ituba obi so obebia ebia fe ni ahase ebia 2 years time na obe ready so obe eden obetu edi aba nti wo ba ye de wo koni nyina
na wan kasa wa eden wa hwe na ebia so ne bonti oba obia size ewom ebo no ye kama na oba nso a nsase no wani ebeje ho
nsase a enye be poso bi
me pacho da bi
da form kama
chopoli nsase de obi ona moto we bi anim se eda ho se yopo kama
ena mo wododo a me pedodo bi a menya bi
dodo bia obi on mo company kese pa de si estate ai nti wo a wo penny sanso ye benye bia ma obi on ma otimi to se de wo penny bia keji for ye be supply sa na ye nsase nso to a problem bia ni wa e wo ho debi ebi si dam pon se na nse mi ba ha che na edom no adoso se wo se nya abotre na etumi hwe obia ansa na enuanom nso akachi no ya ba na eni o makasa o metumi ayeden aba
e na wo se nsase no chopoli hen fa pote
ye o chopoli nsase ni bi o bia sagle me affordable housing estate ni wo no ye obi wo ho ebi nso wo bia new airport city ni so no honso ye wo Shilo city ye wo be Harbour Road eda ye will be after the Harbour Road so ye will be ho enti wo ba ye di ukoni nyina na afi wa wetu so aha na mepe ti de open no eno na ebetwa de ma na be bia nso ene ne buo na be di kan e buo no so obia size e wo mu nti wo ba dia asabi wa hodin be so no obia betumi eden enye bi na ye kasa de mesere se medi kan de number no.
That's fine.
And to Jana fin komono ya to aso.
Sure.
We patch number no 0555 492807. 0555 492807. No. Madaro my crame or has see and two frame na me fa memory. Ohu sama sorry apemidofo frame ne yankasa na me the second one obetudwa eno no wo menua ne honte no fra bibia wo betumi aka ne sisi nti eno no ye 0245 52 3788 0245 52 3788 o friend na sesi the opese obi se bia no ye mrinti no obehwe achecho bibia mu kama yo obi but ye nto aso
wow enti se de waka no me ba mu days amode amanfo ko site me ekokohwe days ben
be pacho de bia
every day
say Sunday de bia say ya nopa ewia time a wo sha ebe ya ma ono wodi ene so be frey no waba na edi wa site
and am office nso wo chopoli ho
you chopoli junction ti wo ba osimesi wo chopoli wo si ya wo nse ye pie abefa wa office fefefe
na mu ye promotion BCC ana
me pacho an promo no na no me kan na ama ya tete ni nyina so 10,000 cedis enkane 100 million
asase ne bo no
sa na je say
so by 10,000
ti first no na say na price ni ti no promo ni ti no say ya ti so 10,000
oh
Sani ayen
and amu payment terms be amodema omo a ebeto asase wo mo ho
be patwan also obi o ho na benifo kan o sin sati nyina nyepe obi on mo beto a dana otumi tua ni nyina obi so haji so de bito ase na afi wa ye ne de aka nim kakra obi o ho si mo mami 6 months eno na metumi eden e de etua obi so ho se gi se mo mami 1 year e ya afi mu no eno nti wo ba say 6 months anapo 1 year na wo pa ye de be ma na afi de aka no wo de ye ne kakra na someday wo ye nsase hu ne so wo ba beji a wo ba beji de bito ase pe de wo pese wo start ye bia no project root me start na oguso awoye na afi wakaye na yensu ye de na oye den utua ne nkakra ti meka say ye ka payment plans are say ene ye no ho
no okay and I say me start say me tua meet me akwa asase ne so akoye madwuma
de opibia eno an say wo ye wa de no na so wakaye na wo bo se no na wo tene nkakra ka wani be ba ho so no watene nyina ewie
na se me tom asase na me say musi me dan na ma me amutime ye
me paton a yetumi si edima obi ko ho no ma wotimi wa brochi ite bia o ma mi ne ni afi up and down ontumi ye ya ye betumi ye bibia e de ama ye ne ye twa videos de e ko bibia na wo dofo bi ogi ne de a otumi de ne ba e bi ye guso ye no no aba na o ye de o monitor o hwe bibia e de ama
oh okay that's nice it is science numbers ne so e bio
me pato you e ye 0555 492807 0555 492807 2807 and na me ka say no dey kra me ti me sorry pe obia to me efre me obi ohon ma WhatsApp dey ope bia na we dey mba betu dwe o me nuane ho nti dey say si a obetumi adan afre na oni ne edin kita ho e 0245 52 3788 0245 52 3788 me ho se nuane mo bi eguso a efrem yo ha me sorry pe ye bedin komo obi a me hu miss call bia me bomodin se me fro back na afi de obi a no na me ni wi bi no yaka te we de me si me nuane number ne so biom e 0245 52 3788 Epacho na mi ke bibi mi gusto ka se yensas no obi be bisa se plot size na eden e 70 by 100
70 by 100
yeah obai offices ye di uko site ye ni ska se bia fu ye di uko a ye je obibia ni nyina so free
that's fine obi that's fine enti si number so for the last time me from common emrewi
ami pacho you me kan ka se nsa ye ochopoli obi okra fe na atuni in a otie foforo and size no so 70 by 100 oba ye di uko site a ye nje obibia o asase o pese survey ma wa to asase ni wi unya nka keji for yensi edan ni ma ye ni nyina nti me di number ni ba betu dwana me ni we di credit number no 0555 492807 0555 492807 and afi so 0245 52 3788 0245 52 3788 oba ye betu fefefe yensase no asamo ni ho enuanu mo abenyina no ade betu bonso odi nadanfo aba odi ne nua be ma ba na odi we aba e kire se oba ye no se de esigi ni no kure eni nyame dokwan so no nti no omani aso nti obi bia wo tie mi se wa ma no ni be bia wo bia no me dofo pasase e de project bia de enhwe be bia se KG Estate and Investment Company Limited na mo nua ba oba pa hill that ega obi we de mesre me nua be mam Miankasa mi nuani mpom o tie sesi a o ye instructor ewo Ecole Français ewo East Legon ye friend coach Christian George Etega ewie mi nua be ma mi tuche edima ya ka che makuma se enche mebe fie nkwan no ya onya de na ya mi metwa manum ti obi nti meka se
ye da se why
mi so bi da se papa me pa cho you me da se bebri
fantastic KG Real Estate and Investment Limited and motezi anyone AD enkomo Ekosiisen so high Asempa FM ma yankwani ne Sharif Gali eni enkomo Sharif ye CEO Emma Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs and oye President ma Ghana Youth Federation oye spokesperson at the ma NEIP Ejumera Grant Management Committee nti yene no eni enkomo Sharif akwa be saying
Maji so obi se me twi ni metumi afefa ni.
Oh yeah, you can wait me up.
Bibi aboko na also
na me adom. Eni matese enne na Grand Management Committee must submit a report
to board. Yes, yeah.
And what it means, they say any moment from end no mobetimi start high disbursement.
Exactly. Yeah, the Jumawi. So now is left with the NEIP finance team based on your report. Nipa are selected, then they can start disbursement. Yes. So, indication actually say from Monday go, and I think something.
Monday,
yes. Likely, but only baby I could do is management in now.
Sure.
So
Into for mono, more recommended a number of young entrepreneurs or mama or musica.
Exactly.
Number na saying.
So there after our selection committee, me work all the committees. The the selection. Now you are selected over 10,000 something or more call 5 weeks training.
Okay.
After 5 weeks training, yes, answer by a grant. You know, we are not funding all of them.
Yes.
But funding by say 2,000 or so.
2,000. Okay.
So they applied, and then 2,000 out of the 10,000 are more training above. Almost close to 5,000 applied.
Okay.
And you will be more apply.
Yeah.
So we, as a committee, our work was to select the best.
2,000.
3,000.
Okay. Oh.
So yeah, up to 3,700. Because we're now going to them now. Timi could be some. You find a live pitch. Because I'm buying sikama or beer. That will just be business beer anyhow. But you know our people, how the young people can do. So our task was to select sieve from the 4,000 and something that applied to about 3,000. We were to do actually 3,000, but we went ahead, say, Yamma buffer bit to say about 500. So we did about 3,700.
Okay.
Now after that, we are call everywhere in Ghana. So Ghana Management Committee was divided into different groups.
Okay.
So we are call. I actually went to Northern Region, North East, and Upper East. And then concurrently now be our call. So we engaged them. It was a rigorous process. And yes, any as people perceive it, but it was a rigorous, professional, independent worker. So we went to every village. And what I am happy about, and they say, boom at one area. They allowed the Grand Committee to actually go there. So me, I went to Willensi my first time. Bunkrugu yo. Yeah, call baby.
And other number course are specific towns. Say a Hona applicants need be a war.
Yes, a Hona applicants need be war. Besides, they are more clustering.
Okay.
So the urban say, let's say, imagine in an area closer to Bunkrugu, they applied, we cluster them. So they come to Bunkrugu and we do the vet in the pitch. So that's what we did because, you know, we can actually do the whole country. And also, but I love that for the first time in the history of a government program, this management and the board and the Minister of Youth, and who said, go to them. You know, mostly I have sat on several committees before even NDC or this government. We just sit in Accra and do our selection. But when we, as a grand committee, we have gone there to see them first hand and our more pitchy, and then we pick them. So
and
we cluster them.
They come before you to pitch
individually. Yes, they come before us, but come and show us the evidence. Say, oh yeah, business. And yes, say churches can. So people have to come to show evidence. Say, also, you are selling this phone. Show us the phones, you know, or show us the evidence. Say, oh yeah, our business or attraction. And until I live pitching that we went through the whole country. So after that, you are selected about 2,000, which is our final list.
Okay.
And
now you've gotten the final 2,000.
Yes, by the grace of God, because we knew for more than almost 2 weeks outside we pitching. Then when we got back, we met for 3 days to compile the whole list. And now, by the grace of God, your team submitted a final report to the board, and NEIP said, this is our, based on this is what we have done, so go ahead with the disbursement.
And said, this was a very professional work.
Bro, it's not easy.
With no, in quote, partisan consideration.
No, not at all, not at all. Me, I can't remember time be I'll be to me friend say me say munye say that, and that's what I love about NEIP and their leadership. Eric one friend or be in our work to that be nobody, and we did our work to the extent that sometimes Okrampa Grand Management Committee. And for me, having to experience a lot of different management, I would be someone say, no protocol, but everything was genuine. We did our selection, and Timiko Village be the businesses are not, they don't make sense, but because you want national balance, a little bit just to support them. So there was no influence from anywhere. There was not like call. We were allowed to work based on terms of reference, and that is what we did to select viable businesses. Business and moving to my creative job. Job creation was the highest. business ya obana untimi create jobs ya more max.
It is our business now we bet who's cano. And was say your business a bit create
exactly
because what for another person.
Exactly, that is at least
the
up to
primary criteria, I don't know.
The biggest one, which was having about the weighting was about 25 points.
Okay.
35 points. Okay. So you can imagine the rest and viability, innovation. We're looking at inclusion. Women, persons with disability. We look at market demand in them. So one of the professional assignment at Miami for years now. We say government work mostly now young your friend said let's move faster and go and just give but this one it was not like that. Sometimes you yourself as a private person I would be someone say is it how serious sometimes government guys can be because work now and everybody in the committee they were independent persons obi a person ni deem bad and it's there is some sort of respect so obi a ni juma with honesty and with transparency and that's exactly what we did across the country.
Having gone around the regions you went to listening to pitches a youth maybe be pitchy before mono. What do you think in terms of the innovation you had in terms of the ideas that came before you, where would you place the Ghanaian youth in terms of entrepreneurship CCR?
So generally nipa per business we are enthusiastic about it. But most of them too are necessity based. Like so, for example, Juma New Huntina, I want to do this, But I think that we are industrious. The young people generally are industrious. Unfortunately, with respect to innovation, so who said there would be a bit of disappointment, and I'm just telling the public, Juma is not any IP team and the rest or government, but there will be a little bit of disappointment. Why? Because Ubekwa could do some community and 80% of our business is mobile money. And you see, Obi, it doesn't make sense. Say, Obefa, government grant, where a grant to Obi the grant amount or business to get profit. It doesn't make sense. Besides, a grant mostly targets scalable business,
social enterprises,
exactly that have huge impact and that can create jobs. But to me, call village B and area B and most of them are mobile money. The highest you even see a printing, convenience shop. And those are no businesses, but you see what the president is looking out for and what the minister told us during the inauguration. We are looking for innovative business, like I told you earlier, that has the highest potential of creating 1 or 2, 3 jobs. This is it. And so we looked out for those that we gave preference to those ones first. I know the mechanical. Those that are, not there, we ask that they can reapply and benefit. So UTM, you see the list and you are not picked. Yes, we selected and we're given a chance or we selected based on that. But then generally, I think that Ghanaian youth are ready to work, especially entrepreneurship. So yetiminye full supporter and more Ghanaian youth will be able to do well. And that is why me as an advocate, say this is the time government need to convert the NEP. When you say NEP a program, no statutory backing, this is the time government needs to convert NEP into an agency. Youth Entrepreneurship Support Agency. The reason they say, when you go out there, to be honest with you, I don't know there were young entrepreneurs in Bunkrugu. After running Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs for 10 years, you could do Bunkrugu and the young people with their innovation, you'll be surprised. I wish I brought some of the product now also here from those villages. The packaging was top notch, But you see, so everything is like Ashanti, Kumasini, Accra. And I think that we need to open up, but we can only do that. Yetiminya agency focusing on youth entrepreneurship growth. And yes, this enlistment that is bringing issues, the police and whatever, it is because young people don't have alternative. But if we can push on entrepreneurship, we would see a lot of young people coming up. Despite Yahoo business are now mobile money, but we have also seen serious ones.
Some really good ones.
I'm telling you, you'll be surprised that in this corner. I have to be frank. In this corner, you are doing this, you'll be amazed. But largely, they are lacking more. Is the innovation bit of it because Ubehana a normal. You see the brick and mortar business na me printing press, me see mobile money. And mono is good. It's a good business, but for me, baby, I make on there. I didn't pass most of them. I have to be frank.
On innovation.
Yes, based on the innovation aspect of it. and the scalability. Because if you have mobile money hires, nipa back on our yen, on no pesca to continue doing the mobile money. Exactly. So we were looking at all of those things. But I can tell you that honestly, it's been a fair work. No pressure from anywhere.
Obi babe peche. Na eventually list nebeba.
No,
of 2000 anymore. Of course, I mean, disappointment will be there.
Exactly.
Any ceremony now will be there. But having gone through and as having seen the kind of training Omu go through in 5 weeks, you are sure that person will still go home with something. Even say when you're funding.
Yes. Obi, I'm also part of team now. We help the NEIP to come out with a curriculum.
Okay.
And I can tell you that curriculum is where some universities used to teach people entrepreneurship for 4 years. You are getting it for weeks, compressed and making it easy and free for you. People are paying a lot of CDs to just be trained. So the training alone was okay, because even though this mobile money I'm telling you, but the way they are able to pitch, who said they got training. Oh no, that's the reality. Obi are printing prints. You see a young lady doing a business that may not necessarily fly in what we do, but the way our Mutimi present page, you know that they got something from the training. But so whether you get the funding or not, I know that the Jumawara system has benefited a lot of young people. Over 10,000 and something were trained. Training is very important. Training is extremely important. Baby, most of the youth don't even know how to manage their businesses to grow.
And their finances.
Exactly. So you don't just give them money without training. So a Jumawara structure is said that train more, give funding to those you can fund. Now, let me tell you the good thing. You see those that have been trained. Their businesses actually even needed more money. I'll be. You'll be surprised to hear Obi is requesting $1 million. Ghana, was asking. Even the Ejima was saying, Obi, but that's a reality. Some people are requesting, say 20 million. So what we did is, but it's, they have high potential, but not for NEIP. Ejima is to cushion innovative startups that has the potential of growing, scaling, to cushion, so you become bankable. At the end, like a step, when you become bankable, which we call Maslock and venture capital and bank. But some of them are already looking too big for big things. So that one, what we do is that in our report we've recommended, Obimo, they are very good, but we didn't pick them. So we've recommended this one should be connected to Akoko Nketinketeng, those doing portrait. This should be connected to Maslock. This should be connected to venture and capital. We actually have APSA Bank as part of us. So those that can be funded. So, and yes, sir, if your name is not part of the 2,000, you are left out. Some will be called, some will be connected to banks, some will be connected to even Ghana Chamber of Young and your little fund we give. So it's an all round thing. We're looking to, if we could serve everybody. But number no are limited. And so apart from actually the training as you mentioned, the other benefit is connecting them to other sources. I think in the northern region we got over 14 people we want to connect to Akoko and other program, because we realize that their need is to get the beds. You understand? They have the air defects. So instead of giving them money to buy the beds, when the government have a program, I say it all the time, when government understand connectivity and harmonization, because if Akoko is happening somewhere, NEP is giving money to buy beds again, it doesn't make sense. So let's harmonize. So for us as a committee, we've recommended all of those to NEIP, and they will do that. So say Undi need 2,000. It doesn't mean that you are totally out. There's still an opportunity to be connected. Even like I said, APSA Bank is also willing to support. So
one other thing is in terms of my recommendation for monitoring and evaluation, because as you said earlier, enye sikadudu bi na bayenya or person or too big into the youth who would get the money, what is the plan am I recommending NEIP in terms of monitoring them, making sure that they will do what they've promised to do and actually create jobs and employ other people?
So first of all, I started free the way we'll give the money. Are we giving them cash? Are we buying tools? Are we, financing them in a way of, let's say, so BC or person expanding the shop? Are we taking that up? So we have given an open recommendation to NEIP. One is to get the, your friend is saying, those who need the cash, we give them. Those who need tools, obetumi call area be now here machine to dry the fruit, those who do fruit. So one recommendation back on say NEIP should cluster them again.
Okay.
And bring them into a cooperative. Imagine say a bigger cooperative and you buy the machine for that cluster. Yeah. So that one machine will serve a purpose of a lot of young people more fruit processing. Yes. You understand? Yes. That is one. Another thing they say let's say obi here aboboya. NEIP, we are connecting them to Maslok. You bet you ask can be ama Maslok, say 30% or so. Okay. Then Maslok bema almost aboboya to do their business. Then they will be paying. So it's a whole engineered thing that I am recommendation, and it's gonna be a blend of financing. Yep, they will take cash. Some will be taking the tools or they are open or be computers to elevate in the center. Will buy the computers for you instead of giving you the money and do those things. But aside that, what we have also done for monitoring, they say the grant committee, even though we are there now, we are done. Yeah. But we have offered to help NEIP because when the money is given, we want to be interested in how they use the money. And as I speak to you now, most of us has agreed to become mentors to the people we selected. Okay, so that not yet me handhold you. Because we want impact, we want to report. We don't want the days of giving government money out because it's government money is long gone. Now we want impact. So we are linking ourselves to them and other mentors that have agreed. And if you are listening and you are willing to mentor these young people as a senior business person, you can reach out to NEIP. You know, I'm sure they will allow that. So we want to be part of the system. You know, gone are the days we are no, this time we want to witness what is happening, whether they are moving from point A to point B with their businesses, because that is the only time we can tell a story out of that. But I can assure you, Obi, you will see the difference a Jumaura will create. And one thing I think so far, one of the government intervention for youth that has been open, transparent, and impactful. Let me be honest, because when I say open, I say we did the selection. Yeah. The selection was done by independent body. I think myself and one other person in the grant committee were part of the selection. After the selection, we were training now. Grant committee was also picked independently because I represent the interests of the youth on the federation. I was part of it, and a year another selection. Okay. So you'll be say we're winning. You know, these are our people. Let's give the money to them. Yes. So it has been independently done, and I will say one of the things that President John Mahama should be proud of, that among everything, this will give him the good name. The good name, yes. Yes. And for people to know the quality of representation on the grant committee, now people drawn from a hefa. Yeah, will be somebody was coming from British Council, myself from the Ghana Chamber, and then the Youth Federation. And somebody from Absa Bank. We have another representative from the private sector. Okay. She is a private business person. You will be from Maslok, the deputy CEO of Maslok. We have a rep from the Ministry of Finance, a rep from the Ministry of Youth. We have a rep from Venture Capital Trust Fund, and the rep from the NEIP board as well. And then I think we have the rep from academia, Professor Alex. Yes. Okay. That's solid. Oh yeah. It's a whole round. You know, private sector, academia, government, and you know the other institutions. Yes. I think the Erica J team they've done well. They've done well, yes. So far, so good. So far, so good. They've done some good. But Kachi almost said they should continue like that. They shouldn't relent. If they relent, we know you're back so. But the other thing I'm person me busa, and we know would bring to the fore the issue of for such laudable government initiatives. Obeshena the funding back such an initiative na and shada and so form esumpo releases to them no shada and ma papa. I don't know, but in your recommendations, it for the businesses you selected 2,000. How much are we looking at giving to them? Esika esun Oh yes, BMO is getting a huge number of money. There is about 100,000, about 80,000, and I won't say this is youth business. Yes. 80,000 is a huge money for some of them. So we won't say some are taking 80, 50, 60, and the small ones too. We didn't just want to now say a high big business. So BMO 10K or be here 10K, and you would see the innovation. Somebody's doing, if it's a fruit juice, somebody's doing shea butter, turning it into value added. So almost 10, 15, 20 thereabout. So it's a whole range of amount to be given. And as a committee, we told NEP, how much do you have to give to the people before we started sharing? So everything we did, it was done by the committee. The amount almost say this is what we have, or this is what government has asked to be given to the winners. Actually the way we wanted it. Exactly. Based on the business we went to listen to and their needs and the ones we selected. So decided we 80, 60, 70, depending on the nature of the business. And they all here and ask the other then those were the things we look out for. But that money is ready, so NEP will release it. Unfortunately, you said something which I would push to finance minister because most of these youth programs, you would bear witness with me, say, youth unemployment is becoming a serious thing.
It's too serious.
You understand? So we need to amplify youth program. Make it more a priority. A Jumawura National Apprenticeship Program, 1 million, Koda, Deben. You don't joke with these things. So, just look at 500,000 applying to go to this service, and they're only taking 5,000. This is telling you the seriousness of what we are setting on. So, imagine, say, NEP becomes a youth entrepreneurship agency, and they are also focusing, we are giving them a target of bringing out at least 2,000 serious entrepreneurs like they are doing every year. Bro, a year, we can change the fortune because this 2,000, if we have serious funding, say I told to me Maya, we can give each one 500,000, even up to 1 million for a business. Some of these businesses can create jobs up to 10, 20 upwards. This is job creation. Private sector is there, then we can do public sector. So we need to be deliberate about youth development.
And I think the funding bit for such programs is very critical. And at least, I grow
exactly.
And from what we've seen, Ejuma Munyina, with the support of the management at NEIP, they've shown clearly, say, when they get more money,
they would make more. We will help them. Some of us have offered to support them, and one thing is that they listen. They are not just like, power, we know more. Eric will call you, senior Charlie, this is what I want to do. What do you think? You will never get that from most CEOs. They feel too big. But where this guy, not because I am part of the committee, but I'm telling the reality. I sit on the Ministry of Youth board. I sit on the NY board. But Eric would call you and ask of ideas. He doesn't really mind whether I am one of them or not, but he'll call, and this is what we need. So for me, I think that government should be rest assured. The NEIP team, if they can amplify their funding, for me, and I'm a business person, so I will talk about entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship need funding. All the time, no business can scale without funding.
Without
no business. So if you want businesses to scale and create jobs, you have to give them funding. That's the reality. Whether they are infrastructure scaling, they are scaling on their input, whatever it is, they need money. So I think Ejumawura, we haven't even seen the seriousness and the importance of it. This is the time government will have to see that. That is one of my serious mechanisms to move youth from unemployment. A Jumawara combined with the National Apprenticeship. I think the next time when you have time, we can have more deliberation on this as well. Because it's also another thing we should focus on. But I think so far they are doing well. Let's just hope that finance minister and any central government sees the import of this. And I'm hoping to hear mid-year budget review that they have even added some money to a Jumawara. Because to be honest, I don't know, I'm not any people will not be happy about it. Me, I'm not talking for them. One thing I realized that the amount allocated and the beneficiaries, bro, say 100 million clients. So, even they give us 100 million, because then the need of some of these businesses, if like 100 million no go reach. I'm being honest with you. Would have loved to give people 500,000, 300,000, but there's a limitation.
And they've shown they showed to you clearly. So when you have 500,000 now, they can do
but
big
you see a young person with 500 hectares of land farming soya beans with other with other innovations combined together. Me see, go to the villages and see la. Some are in cooperatives. The things they are doing, if they want to farm or they want to invest, they would bring a huge impact in Ghana. But they are limited. They are limited. This guy I'm talking about have about 100 in one region. He has, and they are in a cooperative partnership. They have about 200 of them in northern. You know, I don't know how he did it, but it's funding to scale.
Wow.
Yeah. So if we have more funding for a Jumawura, we would make a lot of impact. So if finance minister is listening and the government, we should really focus on the Jumawura going forward. If we can amplify the budget, I can't say all the things here because budget now, this best, I have to be frank, whether Eric and his people are happy or not. It's good, but exactly. Say, we can do bigger and more impact. Even with this little, you will see the impact. Even where the businesses that are being selected. But imagine the money was bigger. You would see bigger, more, better impact.
It's true. It's true. And I think kudos to you and the fund management committee for a job well done.
Thank you, brother.
Kakrana wa catching or some really good job.
We tried.
We hope so from next week, the funding, the disbursement will start.
Hopefully.
Now, importantly, youth and we advice to youth a ubenya sikanibi Mr. Remo enya afi na obejiska waba be kan asem de obejiska na ode kotoka ode kwaware bi aka ho afi na wakai se iPhone 17 Pro na wa also pay bi dada de afi na wo kwa akoto bi me pa chaw grant by using have conscience no say we've entrusted the state's resources in your hands. The least you can do is to scale if you have to at least employ one or two people na boa na yen grow. That is how we can build our this nation. Country it is remo emamozo mejiska no emfa nkotwa num and mubenya mentors to say you Sheriff and other big guys in town on beboa ashama monso matimi enyi inti Sheriff, I mean your final advice to the 10,000 you selected, training, the final 2,000 was selected for funding. What will be your final advice to all of them?
So first of all, the 2,000 that will be given the funding. If you are not part of them, don't be worried. Midi Kachao said there's a lot of things we are doing. A recommendation we have given to the management, connecting those who are not being selected to banks, venture capital, Maslow, and the rest. So don't be worried when you hear that you are not part of it. There are better ones coming. Because some of you, the need of your business is so huge that if we give you 50K, it will not do anything. So that is my first advice. And for those who may not get anything at all, there's nothing, nobody's closing the window or the door. You can retry again. This year on, you can apply again, go through the mail, you can get. As a business person, it's not the number of times you are disappointed. Your success determines on the number of times you are disappointed, but you keep going till you win. So if you are a serious business person, know that you can even get to the last edge of getting something you are disappointed. If you give up, then you were not meant for business. So those of you who will not be called, please continue. And those of you, the 10,000 now you're training them, you see, don't just see a Jumawara to be the grant. You know, some people, their focus is only on the grant. When you do that, you lose focus on the most important one, on training. Training is very important. And if I were you, I will start talking to NIP that, okay, I don't need your money. Now after the training, I think I'm doing well. Can you connect me to a bank? Can you connect me to venture capital? This is the smartness you should adopt. So start engaging the regional leaders and say, okay, fine, I wasn't selected. I'm not angry. Dear me, hear me say, can I now get connected to this and that and that? And finally, you've said what I wanted to say at the end of the day to the Ghanaian youth. A grant, we understand. Granted is grant. You are not going to pay back, but you would pay back in future. Why do I say so? We would make sure that everybody that benefit, your name is out there. This is not a hidden thing. This taxpayers' toil money. Your tax you paying. This is your money we are giving to the youth. So make sure there are two things. I am not even giving them advising or begging. you either make sure you make good use of this money. If not, it would block your future chances. Say we Ujina Udia. There will be a time you come for another support. Then granted, some of us are not alive. If we are there, we will block every chances. I've sat on committees and grant management where Banama say, we gave you money in this committee. I will not give you. And I've done that. People know me. No, but you see, it's not only one person. We need to be deliberate. And the young people, now you see at this Kamamu, we are not seeing anything. And that is why you don't want to support us. Now they have given you the money, so there's no option. You must make sure, say, obey you see Saskano and make impact in your business. Who make impact, not traction, and you are not even scaling. We even understand you and support you. But say, who did, like you are saying, go and marry, go and buy a car, or the next time. Thank you.
Sheriff, that's it. Why? Congratulations to you and the team. Why? That's it. Sheriff Gali, CEO, Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs and President of the Ghana Youth Federation. Osei spokesperson, NEIP, Jumerua Grant Management Committee. A great job. And Omaye Ediama Omaino. Mama Yentiewe Emra Yeba PRC announcement Omatekani Abo and Insio Bosu effective April 1st. We would get you details of that announcement. Na fe di akanenso ye atoa moso. Ye ne fellow scratch fosu or your government communications minister Enso Ebedi Enkomo on this whole controversy surrounding Omampenyi Akwentuo ne Jeta or di tukwan ne brad dia and now Omaini Tofu Elenkwana. I mean in semna kwakuye bebre. We'll get into those matters and so ewo Ekosiisen so after this short break and sana ye discussion segment atoamo so obekaya one group a pushy for reduction in electricity bills and water bills the People's Forum. Lead convener Dennis Miracles Abuaje yeni ono nso bedi nkomo following the announcement by PRC after this short break.
Ramadan Kareem, a season of peace, lessons, and giving. Electroland Ghana Limited is bringing blessings into your home with special value deals on Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO. NASCO TVs from just $699, bottom fridge freezer from $1999, chest freezer from $1999, Samsung 6kg twin tab washing machine for 2,999 Ghana cedis, Samsung microwaves from 1,799 Ghana cedis, TCL 43 inches for 2,999 Ghana cedis, TCL water dispenser for 1,599 Ghana cedis, TCL front load inverter for 5,999 Ghana cedis, media air cooler for 1,499 Ghana cedis, air fryer, juicer, stand mixer, and blender at all special Ramadan prices. Visit EGL showrooms and authorized dealers nationwide. Call us on 0503-159739 and on our website at www.electrolandgh.com. Electroland Ghana, bringing Ramadan value home.
Ghana, so peba from accessories in the keke wa. Near quality, never channel. Ima Rose Neton, Ima Rose Home Decor. A bottle from accessories bia. WC, water taps, kitchen sinks, faucets, wash and basins, ne vanity basins, Ariston water heaters. And the bibia was it and we would be finished here. Ima Rose Home Decor, and now Benyano. I'm considering now the feet in the neighborhood. What are they on up to 40% discount. 80 can try on us. Ima Rose Home Decor. Okay, woman can tank out to mobile showroom in the Sasso. Watch him what Kumasen show. Ube warm Patasi Police Depot. Ejinasi Road from 055-965-0682. 055-965-0682. Emma Ross Home Decor. And Josie Cam.
Kuma eda yesiwa nyina ne se obeye military commander. Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease. Ogusuri eda yesiwa adwumanti. Ni sika na okomande wa EcoBank mobile app so.
Operation Supply Aketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Crack Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda. Ope extra control na wetimi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center. Activate virtual card protocols. Letria sneakers ni t-shirt ka. Leather coats no dear. Abort mission.
Trese. General Adakrano. Na standing orders with any bill so. Wa EcoBank mobile apps no. Ubetumi akomande musika. Die didwa wa Ghana ni abibrem aman eduesa mensa so. Download the EcoBank mobile app or play on our Apple Store. Neyara.
By the left, about turn.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank, Enfreo, ana enseno SMS, emisa wo PIN, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card, samo da.
Africa Queen Tea, Deep Pepper Purple. Deep Purple. Inti sa wo to mackerel aye wo duane a. Na what Africa Queen mackerel. The way chawe no mu keke. No pokwa.
Syntax Tango. Syntax, hey, it's a very strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, hey, it's a very strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. And many projects you they start. Syntax
Herbal Hospital and Aya Herbal Hospital nti me pa na me fie nya yade signboard bie mi Aya Herbal Hospital adaromenti siatika ne honam ya wo ebubu mi wo fagu fam no wasori stroke yade afri antimensi so arabanso anyema wo asumdue mu Aya Herbal Hospital edro baby yade ben yade aye krankron eno na Aya Herbal Hospital to asio akoma yade stroke diabetes liver diseases kidney diseases cancer respiratory disorders prostate yade watenete dietary plan physiotherapy na uboro mu laboratory hono Usim Fidieni ultrasound scan de Aya Herbal Hospital eye number 1 Omachiri kwan wo Accra Roofing Tiles Junction kwa Benya ACP from 0546 100 100 Aya Herbal Hospital ewo Facebook TikTok and Instagram www.ayaherbalhospital.com ubetim ni omedi nkita ho Aya Herbal Hospital healing the world.
You need a trusted friend on whom you can depend when things come crossing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Insurance, your trustworthy friend. Insurance, your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Omo dispose chiache omo jiamodi sene obebisa omo afa sponsor ho bia omo betenete nanso wan ana yemu telepa enu ne ye behwe e wo de Asempa from community sports quiz ne so Asempa from community sports quiz sene ne di ne kire no community be won kra ana bia se e wo sponsor nsemu pa Lola Santa Maria North Kadesh Accra New Town Nima Kaswa Amasamai Ashama South Industrial Area Adako Domi Pillar 2 Tema Anateshi earlier bang and the ultimate price shit that's no some quite a beer and the be taste see be me day 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. I was some FM show the quiz master Chani Chichi no time keep up on it all crying I have some perfect community sports quiz you must wear this year conco I have center stank I have strong I have tough white temple agencies choose quality choose white temple the game energy drink feel the energy lock and mixture Mesda in kind go Jack Coco and on the original Thompson Company Limited.
Ghana's biggest kids cooking reality show is back. Big Chef Junior, where young talents showcase creativity, confidence, and culture. One dish at a time. Watch simple ingredients turn into culinary masterpieces and big dreams come true. Are you between 8 and 12 years old with passion, personality, and love for food? You don't need to be perfect. Just ready to shine. Send us a 1-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal via WhatsApp 055-157-5757. Be ready to become the next Big Chef Junior star. Big Chef Junior, good meals by kids.
Sema hudwa esinyina emwa kesia ewasa wuti biara Asempa yetia ena ubetino Asempa yetia eye kasiebo a yede bro ewo Asempa FM enwe no nsia empire mu 6:30 sharp ensema hudwa esisie ye huhia ni nyina yede bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point esanse Asempa yetia
Kuma eda yesiwa nyinaa ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusuri eda yesiwa adwumanti. Ni sika na okomande wa EcoBank mobile app so.
Operation Supply Aketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Accra Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda. Ope extra control na wetumi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center activate virtual card protocols. Letria sneakers ni t-shirt leather coats no die abort mission.
Trese general adakrano. Na ni standing orders with any bills so. Wa EcoBank mobile app so no. Ubetumi akomande musika de didwa wa Ghana ni abibrem aman eduesa mensa so. Download the EcoBank mobile app or play ana Apple Store. Eneyara.
By the left, about turn.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank, Enfreo, ana enseno SMS, emisa wo pin, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card, huwa samo da.
Saswabo. Sasu sasu, sifume tonton prepo. Sasu sasu, sifume tonton prepo. Edana twami nemu seshe. Yeah, kasia ni mambere. Minya mekane mi sasu spray. Every mosquito standing run away. Come on, tonton prepo. Sasu sasu, sifume tonton prepo. Come on, tonton prepo. Sasu. Tonton preko na ni sham ne die edem stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
1xBet odds ni doso na wudi so a yetua sika no tentem ene de bia gudi ahodo bi ko 1xbet.com.gh website ana app so use promo code GHDRAM nefanya 300% welcome bonus ekopem 5,500 Ghana cedis. Gambling when you true inti twa no wahwe yemu enye ma wona wondi mfie du nwotwe. Gaming Commission agin krato yatum.
African Queen tea, the pepper purple. Not the purple. Inti sa wo to mackerel aye woduane a. Na what African Queen mackerel. The way chawe no mu keke. No pankwa.
Driver need ye. Sa wote sequence wa. Bibia betumi asi. Nunti na wasa wo motor insurance. Aye ntem. Ama wo so. Na enya wo mo wani tutunka wonsam ahohiahia mu. Say a comprehensive motor insurance, third party fire and theft, and a third party nkwa. Provident insurance ni wani daso. Every January kosi March. Sa wo ye insurance wo ye ho. Ana wo renewa. Ye chawfua coupons. Ane branded souvenirs kama. Enhihye kakra wo ho. Provident insurance branch bia. Ana ye agency outlets. Obetum so ko license broker bia ho. Penchiremu bia. For 050-937-4928. Ana ko providentgh.com. Kaisa wo yankon ko be here Ghana card. Ana dwuma ko so be here tin number. Sene e nice nje share tie.
Kuma eda yesiwa nyinaa ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusuri eda yesiwa adwumanti. Ni sika na okomande wa EcoBank mobile app so.
Operation Supply Aketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Accra Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda. Ope extra control na wetumi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center activate virtual card protocols. Letria sneakers ni t-shirt leather coats no die abort mission.
Trese general adakrano. Na ni standing orders with any bill so. Wa EcoBank mobile app so no. Ubetumi akomande musika de didwa wa Ghana ni abibrem aman eduesa mensa so. Download the EcoBank mobile app or play ana Apple Store. Eneyara.
By the left, about turn.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank, Enfreo, ana enseno SMS, emisa wo pin, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card, huwa samo da.
Kwawo! 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 Kwawo!
Imagine waking up to fresh forest air, wildlife just a few steps away, and breakfast served in the heart of nature. This March, Joy FM is inviting you to escape the city properly. Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st of March, we're taking you on the Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, a 2-day luxury adventure through Aqua Safari and Safari Valley. Picture this. We head to Aqua Safari, Lakeside Branch, Island Boat Rides, Segway Adventures, and just when you think it can get better, we head to Safari Valley for pure relaxation and an evening bonfire in fun luxury cabins tucked away.
Miminde bia 12:30. Shamini adorable ladies. Abra yeka abudiemu nsem on and off the pitch in a feminine way. Say food and attraction. A ladies time was Asempa 94.7 FM.
Sportsman now uye coach die. Look sporty. Suits at show concert there. Better than USA for Enshay. I've always admired one person in football, David Beckham.
Emmanuel Ajiman Bedu. Minim se wadra. I was so to me the basta o attacking go be open mouth was a coaching in the pants and I roll but I say Colombian so mumpe your masha chichiro ni your penny ni the dance was Kayo Samiminde Bia 12:30 a ladies time on Asempa 94.7. It will be sweeter than sweet. Mavis Amano Femi Fire Lady.
Women aren't honored in time. They're woven through it. In every day, every moment, every breath. From first light to the last and beyond. This International Women's Month, DSTV honors women across every story, every chapter, and every voice. We are because she is.
Asempa FM.
Asempa 94.7.
Africa Queen TV. Cool. Now did you prepare? Inti sa wo to mackerel e woduane a. Na what Africa Queen mackerel. Na we chawe no keke. No pronkwa.
I'm feeling so good in the new day. It's our 25th anniversary. Hooray. Powerhouse roll on you. What do you say? 25 years and still ruling. Hooray. 7 billion with night as a driver powerhouse. And one of you use truck drive and the powerhouse. And one of you use police, nurses and doctors, doctor powerhouse. And one of you use the market women and the farmers, farmer powerhouse. And one of you use.
Hooray! Powerhouse is 25 years and still rolling. Try out our exciting new Gold Rush variants today. Powerhouse, strong all day. Keep out of the reach of children. This advert is FDA.
Samisoriano pa, Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwe me se. And mommy confidence, the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifit gusuna mesrea. Wawa me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwe me se. Oba de ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy se ho ban e free mowa e boy se mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure se amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so ni yeti center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me shina no pa na dwa me koda no. E ma me si ye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibi na ma. Na me si 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ania ma me ndi bidie twitwi yense no. Asanya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC ye fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Mo wonu me ye hwam. Enunti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG.
Kel, happy smile.
Ramadan Quran Kareem, a season of peace, lessons, and giving. Electroland Ghana Limited is bringing blessings into your home with special value deals on Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO. NASCO TVs from just $699, bottom fridge freezer from $1999, chest freezer from $1999. Samsung 6 kg twin tab washing machine for 2,999 Ghana cedis. Samsung microwaves from 1,799 Ghana cedis. TCL 43 inches for 2,999 Ghana cedis. TCL water dispenser for 1,599 Ghana cedis. TCL front load inverter for 5,999 Ghana cedis. Media air cooler for 1,499 Ghana cedis. Air fryer, juicer, stand mixer, and blender at all special Ramadan prices. Visit EGL showrooms and authorized dealers nationwide. Call us on 0503-159739 and on our website at www.electrolandgh.com. Electroland Ghana, bringing Ramadan value home.
Electrical appliance bay na wopato. Say your mobile phones with say Nokia, Samsung, Infinix, any phones ahodo nyina. Smart TVs, air conditioners, chest freezer, double decker, tabletop fridges, and a washing machine, microwaves, blenders, CCTV camera, any call Franco electrical appliances. Are durable and very energy efficient. What sounds what it bonus so. Guru branch beer benwo. Nekoji electrical appliances. Eye papa nani buofu. Every Franco. Anafre 0246-422-338 and 0555-939311 and www.francotrading.com. Now to add your online. Ubetmenya up to 40% discount. Electrical appliances papa ifi. Eye bakupe. Eye Franco.
He's at your table, isn't he? Whispering that the bills will never end, that your marriage is over, and that your seat has been taken. But don't give up that territory. There's a Deborah still inside you. Join us for Hager's Cry 2026. Deborah, the fighter in me. 3 days of divine incubation, March 19 to 21st at Christ Life Family Chapel, Lashibi. Mornings at 8 a.m. Join Mrs. Sena Damete Yeboah and Mrs. Melissa Enin Anadbo as they share their scars and crowns. And in the evenings at 6 p.m., Prophetess Rosemary Owusu Entry leads the charge into the word. Don't miss out our special brunch and sofa sessions on Saturday. Your peace, your purpose, your home. It's all worth the fight. Accommodation is available. Call us now at 0244-368-726. Hager's Cry. The time is now.
Ghana's biggest kids cooking reality show is back. Big Chef Junior, where young talents showcase creativity, confidence, and culture. One dish at a time. Watch simple ingredients turn into culinary masterpieces and big dreams come true. Are you between 8 and 12 years old with passion, personality, and love for food? You don't need to be perfect. Just ready to shine. Send us a 1-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal via WhatsApp 055-157-5757. Be ready to become the next Big Chef Junior star. Big Chef Junior, good meals by kids.
Jack Patabare Vimanya Ku.
Wado asie obia wodi atiaro pa ani awia nanso adonumra eye bibia ewo Asempa FM 94.7 Bibia chumadi fufra ye dia Asempa FM Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Omadoma Bibia wo bisa traffic na chia ye mechi bibia be doje afa anyom so dia be na ko training stories and Philistine na eso me sade so mesua ma nemu menkancho bia o beko konsa dia ye mia just bibia chumadi wa Asempa FM so edishia me Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eye bibia
Yes, free takrade.
betwe mu ko Kumase ene de behwiehwie ewo Accra ene nketwa sore da yeso e full stage na nam so e ma ye instroma afei de akwaito ne ba be shasio eno ti bekaya ho for the official launch of Instroma season 8 ewo West Hills Mall 22nd March 2026 a new generation ene foforo Instroma foforo e ba be shreyo bray na be pick your favorite na ye ready say ubekasa akwaito yi ho 22nd March West Hills Mall 4 p.m. Instroma yes shrine Odum TV ye wazoye Instroma season 8 boafo a waso yasene eye Lavons tomato mix afei aboafo a aboye chidom eye Franco Trading Yamvita 3P garlic Kivo Nisi Pharma Syntex Pipes Ready Vitamin C City Blood Tonic Minata Breakfast Boutique Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic Standard Water Obagari Sockets.
Women aren't honored in time. They're woven through it. In every day, every moment, every breath. From first light to the last and beyond. This International Women's Month, DSTV honors women across every story, every chapter, and every voice. We are because she is.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa FM Obi Ode Asempa Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo Menesempa de brane mamba Obi som
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie na wasuguso awutie no in 6 minutes it will be 5 p.m. and ye toa Ekosiisen dwumedie no so enche ebedwafo no betena se na ye discussion segment no atwa mo so ntie benya lawyer Kwesi Botwe Junior e studio ha ono aid to the flag bearer of the NPP Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia Sanso and a private legal practitioner. Na yebenya member of parliament for Courtroom Constituency, the Honorable Azuma, and so ewo studio. Abamirikan shemo bosse on this whole issue among for raising about Omanpenyin travels and the fact say or the Ninuya aeroplane and editu kwan ho sensem akwa bebre mensa Omanpenyin Kasamafo or a spokesperson to the president and our science minister in charge of government communications or no also a member of parliament or Abra Aseibu Kwaman Kese the Honorable Felix Kwachio Fosu ewo ahomane so Honorable Akwaba Ekosiisen so ni na wapo mu ye de
Adom no ye.
Okay. Now only a kasa free South Korea na say wo Ghana ha.
Oh me no Ghana ha.
Oh one court trip we be.
There.
I thought sir in your capacity no man penny trip be you have to be there na.
Oh okay, but there are occasions there are other equally important assignments to attend. Am I going to say minister come?
Sure.
So there are agencies under me that I need to superintend. So I'm my assignment to be a SBD and she make this one.
Very well. And monitoring media conversations, social media discussion on Omanpenyin means of travel And we've heard commentary from some influencers on social media. Ebimo raising conflict of interest issues. Ebimo question why the president continues to travel in the private aeroplane of Ninia. Do you find it concerning yourself? And now free say we a much ado about nothing.
And one welcome. There's nothing to be concerned about. A woman said there have been a number of individuals among them several partisan. How much charging after we but mostly it has been MPP propagandists. Attempting to seek vindication where there is none. Even Mukra has gone as far as says Yenepa or Mampeni Akufo-Addo Chow, because we spoke against his ostentatious use of expensive private jets for travels. But Seme Bonepa, the every for the one so much and say Ghana for any when you will say or Mampeni Mama Wafa when this person or say a car or minor bo or Mampeni you may be or tesu. So they are essentially upset. Almost a fool. Say, President Mahama, a save you cost in his travels. Obi, Asempa Naba. Abraham and Penny Mama, they year president due in January 2025. Now, over 1 or 2 travels or so year. Into Obisa, Ghana Srafwa, a share of Mampeni, Ariam Shenso, your former communication squadron of the Air Force. Say o Mampeni William Seno and who so much say. And no much of them say Tabra no more Casanidi na etiapa etumi yaduma. Nti obi o Mampeni e de sa William Seno tu kwan eko Tanzania, Kenya and Angola. Many na call so I sat in the plane. This will be around February of 2025. March pepe and so it had to be taken to France. 8 months. Because I'm repair now another 40 p. I'm repair now another 40 p. In between 8 months, no, I'm penny my much coin. No, who can center or rent a private jet, but one yes, or the air jata old jet, no, and a coin. And a da jata jet, no, not a commercial. Because there was an instance, because I woke up with concern.
Yes.
So the commercial flight usage, was inconvenient because he had to lay over in Dubai for some time.
Yes.
Because we had a conversation around it.
Yes.
Norman Penny won kind of Tam Ghana Fusika. $18,000 and now President Akufo-Addo and the rented presidential jets and our private jets, no, the two kind. But one yes, sir, he endured the inconvenience of commercial airlines. And at that commercial airline and your practical no. Or you soon in your jetta, yen rent. Starting when they can, now people propaganda is big claim say and you know, meanwhile they don't show you any evidence to the contrary. So Mampeni use jata jet now. He doesn't pay for rental. And you fool. In fact, the initial ones they're not on top fuel. The first ones who you see as president, he was not buying fuel. She and now on mine is okay. Say Obiado yen after me yen jetta. You better fuel. And there be a landing rights and a 1 or 2 incidental charges. A minimal charges. But so we rent here, you will pay for the rental out of fuel. It's your landing rights, fees, and all the incidental costs that come with it. Into my penny say, look, maybe you are mine now, you will see how. And you know, the na would you manage once a member and yeah, Ghana for the donor cassette and I will do it differently. To ensure say the save cost factor. If a woman and as August 6th disaster is seen. In fact, before then, now Air Force, how many other units within the army, and then crack National Security Council and a cabinet. Omoka say we here say you better if you share the Air Force. Omoka for helicopters be one sem. And Omoka say for a year presidential jet communication squadron management. The also see and because of frequent breakdown. The wopa one son Kaisans I say to me say 8 months na fe na aba. And na say the BIA call repair near but no one was slow to maintain. After so any reliable, won't be friend to quite tinting. And for we need to say Obeko to assign the Waba. And then there are safety issues because of the frequent breakdowns. In the almost to say it is more cost effective to buy a new one. So that in the long run, and no will guarantee operational efficiency. Maybe I will hear be our Sabeka because I have for a tiapo, there are improvements on the technology, a bit with your man Peniaco Bebiaba. So one is another commercial, it has its inconveniences, and the local rent here, it is far more expensive than a man Penin Akufado Yenon. And a cabinet G2, the call parliament, it was debated. For the avoidance of doubt, minority did not oppose the purchase of the presidential jet, and I would be.
Yes.
They argued the debate, many debates maybe, but they did not vote against the purchase of the presidential jet. It is a matter of record because they were convinced about the merits of the purchase of the presidential jet. But presidential jet, no, said the idea a washer of our cotton and copper said or cotton is too maba. In for you must be built from scratch. It don't go so or more. In Tia, say. Nyame ya adome bia ento ase afinko na wiye ana ase afifo ebesimo no asase no yensa beka emse nanse ya no mo de first helicopter buy Air Force for receiving ya omudidi omudwuma. But in between time ta plane beba enye no e so man peni to pan it was said on person obetam Ghana Fusika e dia ko rent jet ne bo odene when we have several competing needs. If he will use an option that is much cheaper. If you need me, I will jet. Obi any Ibrahim, Sergeant no share last 2024. Not Penny. In fact, in opposition, Norman Penny used their target to do his external travels, sometimes internal travels. If any other folks will be him, I must say, Sergeant me available there. Let me use it and avoid the cost. I was raw. Many who said, may you care. It is a man penny. I do not want to burden the people of Ghana with excessive cost. But now I need their washing. But this is a binomocal conflict of interest. Obi, is the end before. What can I say? In the deep recesses of their libido, because of in the year na Bemunti, almost finance minister, Kenofoyata, and awarding the whole contract. Bodies or receiving about 150 million Ghana cedis in payment for data bank. And also they are desperate for equalization. And you know where none exists, almost there is. The only way there will be conflict of interest, let's say my penny mama, why rent just maybe Ibrahim Mama. Because to allege conflict of interest, you must state the interest that conflicts. Where is the conflict? Or my penny per jet, now or the Ghana is or rent it. Na ebi wo ho na otam scan the command in near rent the jet, and that is where there is conflict of interest. The interest is the state's payment for a jet, and the fact that NIPA or render service no maintaining your interest will move because when you wish you near now in India. But in this instance, Nimia at the jet na fem no obi. Tell me minister meboa. Nti ye man official car, and as a man official car po. Na anopa me so na me ko adwuma na me tu na enye so. Na me tu minia car e de ko edwuma bone a e de bebre aban ana o ha we won de won no ene de won ka tell me obi.
Yeah, but would that not be a simplistic way of looking at the issue?
No, that's but the same thing. O man pani tu kwan ohia jet minia obi na wafem e de ko se otam na sika top so rent jet. And I mean, I said, maybe I'm rent to the rent here. That is where there's an issue. Now, said you, or my ben as a man penny, a bebwama or my name waka, or better say mempe. Or man penny mama, stays or position, and or say Ghana for say. Or no, or man penny, I go for the entry day, no more work a boo Ghana for there was a year. By the third quarter of the year, I think 2018 or so. Now, man, penny Akufo-Addo now going to Nkwano, it had cost the taxpayer 68 million Ghana cedis. Just first 3 quarters of the year. And see, man, penny mama say, we must avoid that. If there are alternative ways, I will exploit. In fact, Wasanso Ayene Bebre, which testifies to the fact that he wants to reduce the cost to the state in terms of maintaining Amemu any abandon here. Was there not a time in this country now you were 123 ministers under President Akufo-Addo? Omampeniku Mama Sheboso be 60 and now you were 58. Presidential staff list, presidential staffer. Na any Omampeni Yejuma e Omampeni Asue under President Akufo-Addo. Around 2018 this time. Now omoye 361 obi in addition to 123 ministers. Omampeni Mama ene I'm saying in the coming days, not the list never call parliament. Was successful by about 130. Obi, me appointed me first, no. I am mammy appointment letter, no. Now appointment letter, you show me say you be mammy fuel. Now what you be Omampeni Mama, despite that provision in my appointment letter, no. Was a pen you chum. You move be anywhere. You jet fuel 50 no. Ya you pay your fuel. DSCB say we cancel. And in fact, even travels of ministers, any CEOs, and now what you hear more day whereby say or remind the board members that they are not entitled to travel without recourse to permission from chief of staff. We ban first class travel. Or see minister be anywhere which may travel first class. Abano, and also the money to first class. You are restricted to business class. Who you see you are restricted to economy class. I just say be a wild to see kana air. So he has done all of this to demonstrate. So, unlike the MPP, let's say here, Ayo Mode, and when Romampeni Akufo-Addo tam $18,000 an hour current high-end presidential jets, no, and private jets for travels, no, on your side. You see, about the saying, and I MPP before, it means solid said they have been vindicated. Yemepa Chow, na Yaye Bibi, Ebi Mada.
Okay, Felix.
Some of it, say.
Yes.
To tell me, say a president who is working to reduce the cost to the taxpayer, is simply not tenable. And you know, credit.
Felix, two questions. First one, on the status of the presidential jet na yenim say President Mahama eba the first few months what they call Tanzania now off flight needs to be eba na a develop a fault. One of the concerns and that's issues among for a reason and it's just 4 months, 5 months prior, we were told said that presidential jet was in pristine condition. How could such a jet develop a fault, acquire really beyond repair? What's he saying? Ekokot of Ranase, President Barry rely on private. I know your first point. Yeah, no, no, yes.
All right, Martin.
Yeah, no, no, enough. Me musa the next.
Okay. 4 months prior, no. When you say President Akufo-Addo the subject number upon we are President upon we of Liberia, I'm only two coin. If it was not in pristine condition at the time, President upon we are a whole president of the country would be two coin. But yes, I didn't know, and no more far private jet 82 coin. So he gave the presidential jet out to another president to travel, and then took $18,000 an hour to rent a private jet to travel. If people criticize Sadiana, they almost did. Say, and if the plane was fit for purpose, not a it is not fit for purpose. And it is a machine. It can break down at any time. And now, in fact, the reporter, Air Force, what the black cabinet.
Asempa
in their own words, almost it is an aging aircraft. It can break down periodically. In fact, go back to January 2025. January 2025, Dominic Mutu, defense minister and President Akufo-Addo. Now, almost power just a few days. Nemuto Odina Parliament said the aircraft was in pristine condition and it was their own confession and testimony.
Yeah, but they told you then, I remember, sir, it was not okay for long haul flight, but say a short haul within Africa, but you didn't agree with them.
No, but and yet he wasn't taking it on Africa, and it's not even true. It could even go to Europe, because there was a time I called France, and also from France to Belgium, and I paid Akufo-Addo. So it is not true, say it couldn't go to Europe. Of course, you cannot do a 15-hour flight. A layover.
Asempa FM.
But after the timer, now Dominic will as immediate past defense minister. It was in good condition. If it was not in good condition, I think I am going to Kenya, Angola, and Tanzania. It's in my no and allow wrongdoers. Nipa ayo man no bonnet. I say o man sika, I sure man sika any to come and pretend that they've been vindicated. They have not been vindicated. Nobody can be vindicated for waste. Who say o man sika? At the same time, I know man paying Abufado air rental aircraft. We were in the middle of our worst economic crisis, and I'm up for bread. There's a Ghana Fiscal Service report. I say 8.5 million Ghanaians. That is a quarter of our population. In 2022 to 2023. That was the time I know man penny was renting aircraft at this price. So anybody who condemned him was right to condemn him.
Felix,
that is not how to run the country. For the avoidance of doubt, and rent private aircraft. So, you say, we can rent private aircraft at the cost of then you can talk about vindication. But he has not rented one.
Okay.
He has had one for free. And I was fully airborne incidental cost to do travels from Ninia.
Okay. But fellas, in the interest
of plane
yeah.
Or your way of commercial aircraft, in fact, Obi, you are the best witness because you raised the concern about no crime banter on this matter.
That's true. I remember.
Exactly.
I remember. But in the interest of transparency, would you tell the Ghanaian people how much we spend on using the president brother's plane?
Obi.
Catch the Ghana for.
Obi, we are logic. Simple. We rent aircraft. It is more expensive than just fueling an existing aircraft.
Yeah, I know that. But would you tell Ghanaians how much it is?
They are reporting on the budget, sir.
Yes.
They state how much the president's travel costs. And yet, a public information. So, they are asking it for mischievous purposes only. Otherwise, 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Say, we rent aircraft. It is certainly more expensive than just fueling it. We know.
But what can fueling? What can landing right? Because Ubetria, when the plane is parked on the tarmac, what can incidental cost? I don't know who takes care of.
That is cheaper than rent because we rent here. You still pay for fuel. You still pay for landing rights. You still bear the cost of the pilot.
No. I agree. I'm saying, sir.
It's See, there's a figure. I am telling you as a matter of certainty. So it will be cheaper. And I'm giving you the logic behind that. We rent here. You pay for renting it. You will pay for fuel. You will pay for landing rights. You will pay incidental costs. If you get the plane for free, you will pay for fuel, landing rights, and incidental costs. So which one will be more expensive?
Yeah, one obviously will be expensive. Sir.
Absolutely.
So, rental now.
Until say anybody can claim. Say it is more expensive to get the aircraft for free, fuel it, and pay incidental costs than renting it and paying for rent, paying for fuel, paying for incidental costs, and other costs like landing rights. So it is a straightforward argument. But as for the accounting for the use of money for presidential travel, it is contained in the budget report. And what you know, on my penny Akufo-Addo, 68 million for 3 quarters, no, at the council of Ghana. So, and yes, you must. You understand the point I'm making? So let nobody think say you means there's no basis for that comparison to begin with. Say you won't even ask that question, not you, I mean. But say if you are not intended on mischief, it is so straightforward. So you won't even begin to argue. Say the Omampeni man may to see no a boy and Cassie not President Akufo-Addo, you know. And at the final point I'm better to say there are some claiming say you sue Ibrahim Mama jet there, then Ibrahim Mama will get a benefit. Obi Abraham Omampeni Mama, a war position or you sue Ibrahim jet no, did he get any benefit? And secondly, the Omampeni Mama does he need Ibrahim Mama to give him a jet before favoring him as his brother if what people are claiming is even to be agreed upon? Say or you need me. I just will use the jet as a Buano. So some of the claims they are making, they defy logic. But guilt from the condemnation they came under, and nobody prepare pay equalization. It's not more more. Otherwise, this is very straightforward and clear. And indeed, President Mama deserves commendation for choosing an option that spares us waste. And indeed, before put the their waste was not just limited to aircraft. Everything about them was wasteful. $90 million. At the time we have such economic difficulty.
Let me read this short paragraph of an article journalist Manasseh Azuri Awini Etroye published today, and one of the people publicly criticizing the president traveling with his brother's jet. Osei, the guidelines on conflict of interest published by Shraj identified 3 kinds of conflict of interest: actual, potential, and apparent, into bracket perceived. This means a public official can be found guilty of a conflict of interest even if the conflict is not proven to have occurred. According to Shraj, an actual conflict of interest occurs when a public officer's private engagement compromises or her judgment or objectivity in the public office. In the context of a potential conflict of interest, the present action may not have put the public officer in a conflict of interest, but it creates the conditions for such a conflict to occur. Here is how the third kind of conflict of interest, apparent or perceived, occurs. Imagine applying for a mining concession or bidding for a government contract, hoping to win. Unfortunately, you lose. But the person whose company wins the deal is the businessman whose private jet the President of the Republic travels on. The ministers who supervise the procurement process are appointed by the President and may have traveled on the private jet owned by the winner of the government contract. Even if this businessman won the contract with a superior bid, would it be wrong to tinker with the perception that the government is simply returning the favor done by the private jet owner? Does this make sense to you, Felix?
First of all, you're a lawyer. You know that you are for conflict of interest.
Sure.
What is it?
When you are part of the decision making, you recuse yourself when
you
such
should
a
declare
decision.
Your interest.
Yeah, and you declare your interest and you recuse yourself.
No,
if you
and
have
automatically will recuse.
If it becomes necessary, you have to.
No, you declare your interest. Say, your interest. So it is up to those you are taking the decision away to decide whether, despite that, they should go ahead. So the cure for conflict of interest.
But you are saying, you declare your interest and you sit in the decision making.
You see, you have far-fetched extrapolations.
Yes.
Yes. It is a far-fetched extrapolation. We see you must prove it. The analogy we gave about award of a mining lease.
Yes.
You must prove it. That the president's brother at the time of the application did not qualify and that there was some tinkering. You must prove it. You can't say it merely because, in fact, as for in the recent passport year, there was a finance minister or a president in here. On it, he awarded the thing to himself. You see, he was a finance minister, now also raise the bonds. And then he picked his company to advise him to raise the bonds. No, she and the company. It happened under this, in this country, under MPP, those who are making noise now. It happened, what was their response at the time? I said, I know you've been on the mind. The finance minister, or your man, and also raise the bonds. One of the book runners was Data Bank. Who, in fact, finance minister went to parliament. He decided a question. Tell the MP. He decided a question. How much did bond raising cost in terms of payment to the book runners? On one end, figures for the parliament took up 150 million. That is what Data Bank got for advising their founder and owner on raising bonds. Ibrahim Ama, his business dealings are well known. Oye business and stand and be president. Nipa he owns a whole cement plant, one of the biggest in this country. And I'll be long before his brother became president. Nejet now prominent citizens of Ghana, including MPP officials, have used that jet before. If any other Kufra or being when President Mama was an opposition leader or a campaigner, sometimes he needed to travel outside. He used that jet. In fact, before he was sworn in officially, what can I say? He did an African tour to fraternize with African heads of state to introduce himself to them. Say, Ghana for I
remember.
He used the Jaka jet. In fact, at that time, if the state had provided President Mama a means of travel, because at the time he had even become the responsibility of the state, even though he had not been sworn in formally. by virtue of the president-elect. But he used the test jet, Ecobuy. So it's not like a new development when he has become president. So, the only way of it me favor and say we're using a jet. Why wouldn't you favor him when he hasn't used his jet?
Yeah,
so a far-fetched extrapolation.
Yeah, but unim say Felix, even when you read what the Constitution says about conflict of interest, it can say public officers should not place themselves in positions where their personal interest conflict or are likely to conflict, and that's why Scratch breaks it down into 3. Actual conflict where you prove but there is also potential and there is perceived. And the case we are dealing with now, it seems that the perceived and the potential conflict of interest and they are pronounced in this.
But Obi, we cannot proceed on the basis of Obi perception. So because I perceive, say, why you're born, is that what is being alleged? And now, so you can tell them, say, I perceive that Obi so they will condemn you.
Yeah, but the Constitution says, say, if it's likely to create a conflict of interest situation.
What has happened that suggests that Ibrahim Mama will benefit from anything for President Mama? And then you see, Catherine. In fact, playing your work to you. Yes. So, you said just last week, after 4 Babons, they financed it. And I'm ABSA, is it a state bank?
No, ABSA is state bank.
It is a ABSA, private bank, facilitating the acquisition of a plane by President Mia, who is a prominent businessman. Has there been any conflict of interest? And I buy my business for Ghana Hano. And then Akoswa, actually he has received any benefit from President Mama since January 2025. It will raise the likelihood of conflict. The problem is that we have a problem as a country.
Which is
the non-availability of a means of travel for the president.
Yes.
The alternative will cost us money. And I said, one case I will notice some time ago, it will create inconvenience and impracticality for the president.
Yes.
Until we have a stopgap measure pending the arrival of a permanent solution in the form of a new presidential aircraft. Now, you get it for use so that you don't incur unnecessary costs. How can anybody say they are unhappy with it? Meanwhile, and Obi, the most important point is say, it is Ghana for and your bomb and bring a for renting the jet another one.
Yes.
So it means that Ghanaians are not happy about the rental of expensive jets. Is that not the case? Especially in the middle of economic difficulty. If a president comes and he takes steps to ensure that doesn't happen now, why should it raise an issue?
People have questioned the optics and they think the president can rent a jet at a reasonable price but not use his brother's jet.
What about not incurring any cost at all for the state? And I say incurring the most minimal of cost for the state. It does not endanger his security and safety. It doesn't create any problem or crisis for the country.
Felix,
and it's an interim measure. Pending the arrival of
would you make this same argument if we flip the time now? And I've heard people write that imagine for a moment Gabio trader konana a private jet and ne cousin anado used to during his travels. No, Monsoma these same justifications. Would you have made this argument?
Obi, you put that aside. Maybe I say no. Gabio Tredako Bomti. They used to travel with a President Akufo-Addo on official assignments to meet heads of state. In fact, there's a picture of them sitting with the president of Guyana. Our president need the official conversation about Ghana. MP before I'm condemn us at the end. Number 2, Obianim Gabi Abakasemu Kuma. If Gabi had a private jet before President Akufo-Addo became president, now President Akufo-Addo and maybe be a so it will not generate any controversy, especially when people know his track record. What will raise eyebrows and they say that we need the means to acquire a private jet. That was what will raise controversy. It's not the analogy say. So for instance, President Akufo-Addo, for some reason, who say what's not that become the core office, how does that raise an issue for concern? And also, me, I'm him. I buy my car, now me driving the car, call officer. What is the problem with it? And I say, from the 2 million car, at the Juma, at the bar, because my car has broken down. How does it harm or hurt the country in any way? If you look at there's potential for conflict of interest. Because I shouldn't use my brother's car. When I'm in a fix, I might need your mother mania. Maybe I'm used to know.
Felix,
it is as straightforward as that.
Very well. My nasi bibiania, yebesia babidin komobio. Why? Medasepa. Felix Kwachio Fosu, Ekasama Omampenyin, John Dramani Mahama, Onwas ne Kasama Abain Ebu Yemeyi Sisi, into a government communications minister. And you're a member of parliament in Ghana's parliament representing the people of Abra Sebu Kwaman Kese in the central region of Ghana. Mabeja for Atnase in Temeka say a dear lawyer Kwisibochi Jr. Abe Kansa ewu studio ha dada. Enti enche mema na kwaba na yenkomo ankasa enyumre me hu se obetna ase no we taking note bebre atro ankasa enti yemema ne kwan ye hwe anim se MP for Courtroom adansia Courtroom honorable Zuma abeso ba kan ye hu studio aba syntax tank se menka we a menka na Ghana fo nyina ente se ene wo petank ye di nsuo gum papa na syntax tank isi wo dan so isi wo office so a oh nsuo timi egumemu fia wo behu because wo inner white layer wo hwie nsuo no wa hokuru mu kama no aside nsuo agum na isi wo fie so bibia clean krogen kama ena omo de no color bia wo pe bia no ombehwe na omaye ede amount syntax tank strong tough ye over 400 agents e wo Ghana bibia wo bia ya ye bebre obi in the 0244 335-168 na oni ini enkomo na yenhwe ensomo Electroland Ghana Limited nso se NA yenuanom nkramofo Ramadan ni mu ane ye wono nti akomtre no eguso na season when a season of peace, reflection, blessings and giving. And this Ramadan season, Electroland Ghana Limited real value straight into your home. The attention say ye nyoma ye ton electronic appliances no ya tete bo ne so and we make us ya tete so imagine say wo to Nasco TV 32 inches flat screen 699 Ghana a new 700 cedis Electroland nko the whole world and a ton 32 inch at this price brand new tier rubber bottom fridge freezer say ye ton 1999 pay Nasco TV medikai aka maka chest freezers and so 1099 open washing machine Samsung 6 kg twin tab washing machine papa a new 3000 cedis 2999 cedis microwave if at your TCL 43 inches kesia pa no a 2999 Ghana cedis TV no 43 inches in the new money the buso ewe Electroland showrooms ni nyina ukwa ya tetebo ne so pa bia wo pa to bia ubenya bi ho etumi ado we special Ramadan price ayede nti bora ye showroom ni authorized dealer bia na only one into me any enkomo so open your money be at friend was 0503 159 739 for more information and I say call electrolandgh.com Electroland Ghana bringing Ramadan value home omo boy juma papa in the moment yen shannon so Kel charcoal toothpaste they aka ho asem aka enti opebi abomoden na pebi fatwitwi wo se kama na bidie ewom ye de bidie na aye unim de bidie nso etimi eye ete wanum ema wo se eye fita kama enti se unya bi ewofia prevent cavity free wenum a healthy and strong gum Kel charcoal toothpaste Samara Company Limited na ayede abadwa so omo number 0246864798 Kel charcoal toothpaste or say happy smile enti enu say no unya bi munso a electricity bills kumo me pacho NA was say o try solar and solar systems papa ne de Translight Solar ne de abagana Translight Solar almost so mo be fix your system ni bi ma wo a e better with electricity bill so by 70%. Very practical solutions to high electricity bills in here. Ain't Translight Solar a sign of flexible payment plan ti oba ye hwa uni sekani nyina means to ubetria bi kakra ni ayama no wetua de aka no enkakra na etumi aboao. Ain't bomoden se obema wonsa etumi akabi na ye me fix ma wia na airbo no fabi generate power ne use wo fie nkakra enti one Translight Solar any common amount best deals any in one your me twe power pa no yi de agu solar system ne so na is the electricity bills be kitwa bi okwayen office Accra ha yo East Legon ne ben AH hotel ho ne office wo Kumasi so your Tasemanso your office e wo ho kama number obe friend 0256040838 na on a Translight Solar into me in enkomo medical ka say ne Dennis Miracles Abuaje nso be the lead convener the People's Forum on reduction a yehu in electricity prices and the PRC at the announcement abanti yenya na yene no ebekasa but lawyer Kwesi Botwa akwa be saying
obi mejoso
bibi ekoye
obi bibi ankoye
Asemba na aba
obi bibi ankoye. It's unfortunate aban we ne microphone they are still not reading the room omo hu dia ekos wo man mu ye matena sidin matie the honorable Felix Ofosu-Kwakye ogusu kasa se obi ogusu wo position still making reference kasa interview ani obo Akufo-Addo din 53 times
okay
me kaini nia obo Akufo-Addo din 53 times. You see, these are people in government it's expected say omobe address the issues and the needs of the people.
Yes.
Enyama omobo hu de urenti Ghana for sala 7th December ekoto abeti MPP no. It's expected say omoba abemo no. Omonto asa nyoma ne so. But it's rather unfortunate say now omo ye worse of every single thing that they criticize the MPP for. And unfortunately no, and as I dear me ya ma me ra ho enyume we ni say omo ye wi no mo didi atembeguso. Blatant insult. Kasa Felix Ofosu-Kwakye kasa enia no. Aya atemdidi no didi Ghana for. Aya clear insult because utie justification na ode mana sebi mpenifo anim. Sa justification your debe. Me dem who the head and tail of the justification your debe. Asema ye Ghana for kan one asem ni say mampani na ote akonwa su o twi private jet eye ni nua dia. Na sa private jet na o twi no eye grounds for potential conflict of interest. Odene kasa no say enye perceive na perceive that one perception na they can. This is the President Mahama Code of Conduct. Our ma appointee be assign you no so sign be President Mahama na netna dem and then impeni for trust our code of conduct you. Obi. Ohe page 16 it talks about the nature of conflict of interest.
Yes.
Okay, paragraph 2. Odi ma men kai sa first paragraph no na wa cheche mama me. Where paragraph 1.5 nature of conflict of interest. This is the code of conduct issued by President Mahama in 2025. Also, conflict of interest may exist where a minister's personal or private interest is likely to conflict with or be in conflict with the functions of his office or her office. Blah blah blah. Over down or say paragraph 2 say hence a conflict of interest may be direct or indirect in nature and A may arise due to the influence and power the minister holds both in his or her sectorial responsibilities as a minister or cabinet or as a minister or a member of cabinet. Now Obi oko down na say oba paragraph Obi oba paragraph Obi meba me oba paragraph 1.5.12 a gifts.
Okay.
Or say the minister also to avoid the creation or appearance of an obligation, gifts in cash or kind are not to be solicited or accepted from commercial enterprises or any other organization. Now, okay, but down, almost a minister no, and any cash or any gift worth the value of 20,000 Ghana cedis. Obi, utie in sema Felix eka niana se ode compare sa asema meka huasemi on conflict of interest na. Na se Obi ube share hase ya paragraph 1.53 na. Or say the interest of family and personal friends. Or say public perception is a critical factor in maintaining trust and accountability in governance. A conflict of interest may arise if a minister's family member or personal friend derives or is perceived to derive some personal, financial, or other benefit from a decision or action by the minister or any other government. Enti Obi, okay, same way niya. It acknowledges the fact say conflict of interest may be arise as a result of perception. Obi Hanana Meshishon, paragraph 1.5.1. The minister and conflict of interest situations. The minister must A. Avoid situations which create the perception that his or her official actions are being influenced by personal, financial, or business interest. Not just say, the perception na yeka ho asem no. President Mahama code of conduct no. Acknowledge. Obi asema yeka ho asem ni ane say mampeni a wabe. Ni nua private jet a yeka ho asem a Felix say I o scan otimi top private jet. Ene Obi yemfa asem baby adanie fancy. President Mahama be ye mampeni part 1. Ibrahim Mahama first jet no jata number 1 otoni 2012. Otoni 2012 ana President Mahama eye mampeni wo Ghana ha. No to Ibrahim the presidential jet, the private jet first one. And I was on top private jet second one. Abra ni nua eye mampeni part 2. And I nim say private jet na ba bedru Ghana ha. It only abra ni nua be mampeni bia no. And what top private jet. Yes, we acknowledge. Yes, we acknowledge the fact that or your businessman, we acknowledge the fact that we are CC Kenya obi. Nemo asema make say we acknowledge the fact that Absa Bank fund the financier, but asema make say it is also true. Say ni nua mampeni bia no top private jet. 2012 ni nua mampeni no top private jet. And it is again also true. Says a Ghana koto helicopter and I say ewiamuhye bia na ni nua no so to mito private jet. 2012 Martin Amidu ano ye former attorney general of the government. Etro article eka say President Mills in 2011 no person investigated vice president Mahama say Tama no lead the negotiations between Ghana and the baby and Yakoto helicopter ama Air Force for no. Almost suggested say negotiations ni bi wo honoma President Mahama and exercise good judgment. Now on the personal interest these are negotiations no enim kind. Obi with your kind permission I will just read Martinamidu paragraph of in the article now or can one seven or say the terms of reference. The Martinamidu Chani say President Mills set up committee CFI investigating President Mahama. Tamana President Mahama ye vice president to Atamils no on sa purchase American one semi. This is a paragraph of the article. This is Martinamidu speaking. Also the terms of reference of the committee as I was instructed and drafted them for the late president were I to investigate the processes adopted in selecting, negotiating and agreeing on the acquisition of the aircrafts. 2. To investigate the competitive advantage, prices of the aircraft and the level of economic and financial due diligence conducted by relevant agencies in the processes of acquisition of the aircraft. And 3. To investigate any other matter that in the opinion of the committee is reasonably related to the foregoing terms of reference. Matinamidu Treche Muko say committee members are ye set it up no. Na a 3-member committee led by Mr. William Abwa, Mr. George Amwa, and Brigadier General Alote. These were the members of the committee. These people, their family members are still there. Some of them are still alive. And you know, can't come about because the committee BRC answered here. Martinamidu is still there. He was the attorney general of the time. Also, no drafted the terms of reference of the committee. Or no president set the committee together because that time na ye negotiation said Ghana koto helicopter ma Air Force fund. That time na mampeni ni nua eto the first private jet. And then say na Feliso Fosu Kenya Parliament no kre am approval say Ghana nkoto private jet. No kre say minority now oppose because ye jitu mu say mampanini safety ni yafa nya politics. Say bibi tu mampanini o mani ni na ato no. Inti yafa nya politics. Inti minority no are oppose. That is true. And it is also true say negotiations e cost say Ghana koto remuhyen fofra. Felix say kan wan say helicopter ne ba kwa ba no. It is also true say mampanini nua no so ato ne second private jet. Obi, these are the questions that Ghana for raises. Say it raises enough grounds for conflict of interest. Personally, Monday made the petition a court charge. For the premise on Article 218 of the Constitution. So we investigated President Mahama who using in Yano private jet. No?
248 rather. It's on the conflict of interest provision.
Conflict of interest provision. 248. Now we investigate. Say Mampeni
284. Sorry.
284. Now investigate Mampeni say. Ninu private jet na o use no say na Manase Azure kan no grounds for potential conflict of interest. Fellows kasa wa say na then na ninu anya free aban nim. Dia ninu anya free aban nim say sankofa gold reserves ene Azuma resources for a gold project here upper East region worth $100 million. Ene engineers and planners will be anim say mampani ninu company and now take you over. So now the question is that Argentina want take over Ghana President Akufo-Addo Yemampeni.
The processes started when Akufo-Addo Yemampeni.
Me bahano. Me share ndwem fomba me ba me do me market na menam.
Okay.
Omo se me ba me mbe bisao. Sa Argentina tama Mampeni Akufo-Addo tisu 8 years. President Mahama Nyano company no and take over sa Sankofa gold project no. And the black voter project worth $100 million.
But the processes began
almost
in 2022.
I didn't know. Me question I may be sir. I didn't know man take you over. Obi, and some na air cost say. You see, when you talk about it, then they try to find excuses. Say, and away you see. But I'm saying again, say, and yama omode kasetia President Akufo-Addo Niano. They are doing worse of it, and okay, almost say. Fuel pe ena auto. Me pacho fuel no isi kan ye de to. Is the fuel not more than 20,000 Ghana cedis here ye kan wan say me. In any case no president ni jet na ni nua ne dia ma no. Or they cost South Korea and is the cost not more than the 20,000 gift. In the fan say a gift ya giatum. But is the gift not more than the 20,000 threshold, 20,000 Ghana cedis threshold na president nankasa asset ewo in the code of conduct him. Obi, you see, this is a very serious and sensitive matter, and I am so angry with the issues to the extent say, oh man, yeah, team, yeah, funny said their president now some George so sorry say ni answer private jet. It is so no so too quiet kwa communication meeting be ono so be phone ni private jet. Some agent so say na dan for pan Richard Nyamakwe or private jet into ono so ko Dubai akwa gold meeting bia ono so the Richard Nyamakwe jet ne beko. Now to force is also say na dan for ne Magdan or private jet into ono so too quiet the Magdan private jet ne beko. What sort of country are we building? It me them the petition the court charge say charge kase boni bi anima. Then we know say this is the precedent asset yes you say mampeni bi ane na pamfo ba say a relative bi or private jet otimi yusu. Then Felix Ofosu tries to make a very, very unfortunate comment here. Gabi as trader kono only the capacity so better private jet into Toyo be because any new be man penity na water private jet. Obi all law firms for across about 8 African countries no. Only the bank account mo. Does he know the financial status of somebody? The fact that people don't come out to make noise no only nipa no the financial strength. But you see Obi,
but Felix makes the overarching point say at the end of the day what Ghanaians were angry about a car now you bought on presidential travels. If now through this arrangement on mine car you bought on presidential travels why should anybody be worried?
Everybody needs to be worried.
I didn't hear.
Everybody needs to be worried.
So a car you bought
everybody needs to be worried because when MPP were bemono ye catch almost say mampenino we mushen presidential jet no eni ahode on ye debetu kan then o makachire Obi the conversation about the presidential jet was on the ballot on 7 December. Accounting na MPP lose election no because NDC for when you paint picture say presidential jet no wan hode and I say president Akufo-Addo person dware o wiem person live say Arabian king enti na wako high private jet or they call official visit of the state. They never mention say it is for the security and the safety of the president. Omuka say jet na ho edin pa ene osan repeat say jet na ho edin pa na jet ho edin 4 months ago na eden as say say jet na dua be na akoboma jet na say embo dua bia mu
say machine
obi na de no munim say machine etimi set time na president Akufo-Addo aba mu no and at that time dey na machine that time na AI na control no obi if it was a machine yesterday it is still a machine today. And obi there is no amount of justification and the be whitewash say dey ye ekoso say obi and na me no ka say o kan o say President Mahama no ni nua no on benefit from aban no. It is not just President Mahama Kwan asade ekoso ene ye kan family and friends ni ade nia no Joyce Bauer so a presidential aide.
Yes, senior presidential aide.
Me pacho so nim say ni kunu e wa appointment to aban ni. Me pacho so ya we.
Yes.
Ni kunu Hudu Muktari e wa appointment e wa aban ni. Me pacho I hope say osan ya we ono ni kunu na ye board chair for Ghana Standards Authority. Ni nua John Sharif Mahama and the managing director for State Housing Company. Joyce Bauer nia. Ebium Clara Bauer Atta. Ne sister SNA Chief Executive Officer for GIPS. Ebium Samuel Atta and managing director for GMPC. Ninia Osaya Joyce Bauer brother-in-law. Into Obi family and friends na ye kan ho asem na. Ekoso. And a 50 quote wife. And the CBG director. Enti abai mu penifo Joshua Alabi ano President Mahama ne campaign manager ne Yere Goski Alabi e wa appointment wa abai nim ne ba enso wo appointment e wa abai nim. Enti family and friends ne de e yade a ekoso obi ekoso stand up by deputy chief of staff ni nia and deputy director general e was snit obi eniome koso wo krom ha eni anyan and the deputy CEO for Forestry Minerals Commission, Alembele Keke, and you know what Finance Minister. And you know what Finance Minister. Deputy CEO of our Minerals Commission in charge of mineral title. And the register, see a bema, a mining concessioner, ya de bema no. On your former lawyer for engineers and planners, President Mahama Ninu company. Obi. Onya no na former lawyer for engineers and planners. Enti nyama omude egu MPP for so a Ghana focus ally say they want an end to those things. No? Those things are still happening. And these people have the audacity and the temerity and the boldness to defend nyama we ayekoso no. Eye insult. Obi, eye insult. Me na me expect say anka trial so na kasa no. Ye di kan yo di ache opa be ma Ghana for. Say nyama ni pi wo ha ye wo position a ye kan ye no ye ba abam ni hu say realities ni different enti no we dia moma ye ho kwan na president ni nyusu ni nua ne jet ne kakra na ye kakra Ghana dia ne ba obeja yusu but owi anu aka say President Mahama wo position or your position leader kra no yusu ni nua ne jet ni enti enye issue or your position leader no na your commander in chief of the Ghana Armed Forces
no
Pacho or your opposition leader no obligation on mine the war the man and say as a former president so o tu kwan and then your mind na was say or share travel arrangement man say President Mahama is the first gentleman of the land and is oye bibi na hu ni o mining bra ni boy bra we have every right see a be question decision na President Mahama taking no o de onu abe man panin bia o be man panin bia na o nya timi to jet ade nko ade
Kwesi Botwe Junior ena yete ne nka na mede Honorable Zuma bebam na ansa mede kan ede to manim se yene Dennis Miracle Sabuaje ebedi nkomo on PRC reduction or more announce no ene obesha one of the issues at the People's Forum FIA omo pushi for enti the reduction today no should come as a good news to them. Miracles otemenka. Hello. Yes. Aha. And you know me, Busa said, and the announcement that PRC the Abano should come as a good news for Momeboa.
Ideally, no, that it should be, especially because of the choir on my first one, they are responding to the call of the people. But unfortunately, no, yeah, it's a form of it will my immediate impact, no. You mania on my year. Will be. Adie bakwa memekape eboa won kumudi edimu ewia we ni se there's been an agreement at the moment. Say the factors that go into the quarterly adjustment, one, have nothing to do with an IMF conditionality that says that there should be a mandatory quarterly increase. Rather, it has more to do with a condition that says 4 variables: inflation, CD to exchange, dollar exchange rate, energy generation mix, any fuel cost are the critical variables that into the determination of the tariffs. It has been established clearly from a release to say, indeed, there has been some overcharging of the Ghanaian electricity consumer from previous quarters tariff adjustments. Now, the only thing I analysis I may so far is the about 4.8% reduction at PURS area. Technically, a reversal of the overcharging now the Ghanaian consumer has been suffering in the past 3 or 4 quarters. And I'll reverse it. And it's not a refund because overcharging me, I did 2 CD. That's how charging me 3 CDs. I deal with 1 CD sounds for mommy. But we know what they have done is almost I end with 3 CD view. If you know 2 CD amount, but once you've been medicated, but I'm on a call. The fact of the matter is the reduction that PURC still a complete rip-off of the Ghanaian electricity consumer, especially because what kind PURC and Kasa really you can tell the variables review. All those variables have drastically improved. Indeed, projections for Q2 now almost say review. Projections and see what we are asking the PRC is to quickly go back and do the right thing. And the right thing will be a minimum additional 10% reduction. That will bring it to about 14% reduction in all. Is what we believe would be at least fair for the Ghanaian electricity consumer. Otherwise, 4.8 maybe no Ghanaian electricity user will feel this impact. Nobody will feel that impact at all.
For mono, the basis for some additional 10% reduction would be what? Because the PURC Emma Nioma or more consider in their release today. And you think all those things do not make sense?
They are, for example, they are using a 3-month average of 4.17 almost for December 2025 to February 2026. And already inflationary projection. So I just say, and on more you.
Yes.
You are February, end February, inflation falling to about 3.3. Down from 3.8 in January.
Yes.
And clearly, what the PURC is doing is what they did in the previous quarters. They overproject, charge us, and then when the actual happens, we don't feel it because they don't pass it on to us, and that's the problem.
Okay.
The agreement is that the tariff should be cost reflective. So the Ghanaian consumer should pay for exactly what he's supposed to pay for. And see, if you make projections a year over and above, that is problematic. That is you overcharging the Ghanaian consumer. Exchange rate say they are using 11.19 to the cedi.
Yes.
For a very long time, in fact, we share BOG and Kasa rate in the car, and then I'm about 10.87. Once again, the same mistakes that they did in the previous quarters, and on my side, they projections, am I almost charging? You are Obi, for business to say collapse you. For business to say collapse, for a lay on workers off because of overhead to the cost as a result of the high electricity tariffs. And see, PURC should go back quickly because otherwise, trust me, the economy now more can 17. One day, you're best for winning in a bit because utility tariffs, when it comes to factors of production, utility tariffs require about 30 to 40%. And if it continues to stay this high, even though the macroeconomic indicators variables now, as I say, you are causing major problems for the Ghanaian consumer, and that is what we are calling on the PURC to do. We acknowledge that in the media they've listened to the call of the people and try to adjust. But no, they haven't adjusted to reflect the damage they've already done to the Ghanaian consumer. And they haven't adjusted to reduce the burden on the Ghanaian electricity consumer. And they should quickly apply a 10% reduction, an additional 10% reduction, to bring it to 14%. At least that would be taking cognizance of the actuals when it comes to the variables now. We wouldn't say already, fuel or cramp, we still keep asking ourselves why fuel is even part of the computation. Because the Ghanaian consumer is already paying 4 cedi per gallon.
Yes.
Of every fuel that we buy towards the same electricity generation. So you're aware.
Yes.
Again, why should we even be saddled with fuel costs even in the computation? Yet you have 4 cedi that will be 4 cedi. And if you go and look at the budget, the government exceeded the target when it comes to the revenue expectation on this Dumso levy of 1 cedi per liter. The question is, how much of it has it gone into cost recovery in the legacy debt or energy sector? And how much
but even that money was not supposed to go for the payment of legacy debt. I mean, if you read... Yeah, but it was not supposed to. I mean, Omu didn't know the fact. The fact as contained in the memoir, accompanying amendment bill, was clear. The fact is that additional...
But you and I recollect,
yes,
when they were selling the idea to the Ghanaian people.
Yeah, they said that, of course. But I corrected that thing here on this platform.
Again, it continues to deepen the level of deception and a misleading where the Ghanaian people are subjected to any time by this government when they want to pursue something. But that is even beside the point.
Yes.
The point is that if we are paying...
Yeah, but because it cannot be besides the point, especially in this conversation, because if you take that memo and what that additional... Because mind you, sir, it was an existing levy and a amendment to add on 1 Ghana cedi more. And
Absolutely.
we're told that 1 Ghana cedi, would be used for the purchase of fuel to power our plant. And if we see, sir, in the cost build up, in tariff, still a fuel is a factor here. It is a problem. And idea besides the point.
It's a big problem. And then you also acknowledge fuel factor no cross
of course
in the computation.
Of course.
It's a big problem. It's a very, very, very big problem. Yeah. We believe that PRC should quickly deal with it. Listen, they shouldn't play with this matter. They should deal with it. Utility, big deal. The impact of utility cost on the people is so huge. If they play with it, everybody would suffer.
Asempa
and that is why I have tried very much, together with my team, what the team has been doing, to speak to the data and the fact.
Very well.
And try to eschew politics and partisanship in this conversation, because at the end of the day, over here, Obiana auto 50 cities electricity for a week, and then air top 50 cities every 2 days. Obi top 250 cities a week in 2024, and then auto 449 cities a week. Obi, people are suffering. Obi to Niama Ewa Makole Jum, and then every day auto electricity 50 cities. How are these people supposed to survive? And that is why we continue to make the call. And we are asking everybody to join the advocacy. MPP and this will come later. This one is a call for reducing the cost of living on the people. And it's something that we should all work together to make it happen.
Miracles, yadase. Bibiani ebesia kasebio. Yadase. Miracles, Abuaje, and Amotenin. Can remember Honorable Member of Parliament for Dansia Courtroom, Akwaba Nafe, Metier Adventure on the issues. Interview Ayane, Honorable Felix Kwatio Fusu, a former penny, Aquentu Honsem, Honorable Akwaba na pom to saying.
Many will be major also.
O constituent,
a crew football.
Yes.
Christmas no first 6 March no it is the second independent of this country. When you make an announcement, they say you got to Ghana at Adie Jesse no.
Yeah, I think.
And for the very long time, Mishana na me who sabi the time, once I be the you, I be the pele time no. Now your blaster no share yellow Jesse no ni Adie. If you want no. Ghana your team no change share white and black and for Ghana colors no say ye shene as a JC now who ye do mu sa na irai be na ma hu hia a o man ko mu 8 years na du ba bi na Ghana fo bi dwane free Ghana no ho ebra fa hodie ne baaye no obi apɛ sɛ odan no ho adi sɛ ɔyɛ Ghana ni enti 6 match etwa mu yi kire bibi sɛ Ghana fo proud of the country today ebra obi ahya ase sɛ o hye jesi me wo mfie ade be chama ma constituency that was on the 3rd March no and people started calling me say me fly cry ba memfa Ghana jesi bro na am say Ghana jesi yes na am say Ghana jesi dey as kire na say Ghana jesi say o say jesi Ghana o mo dey Ghana dey me parliament na adwuma ne ade na me nim dey ekọ
unim say dey na air trend
da me nim say dey trend kwa wo social media no na dey chen for a fifth or the fourth no dey na anu ayedin then I try to find out from friends say obi afre me o say me ba me fa Ghana jesi mra so you yes 6 match here the Ghana and I'm say why na yes announcement no so kire set nipa omoto o man nemu no hu so man na ekoyi enye dede na emom nipa no omusu no omoban so say economy the foundation of the economy the fundamentals of the economy no say papa the citizenry omo reaction if they are feeling good if it is better than before if things are moving well their reaction ebema wahu say ampa they are feeling a better governance and evidence they call so on the 6th March
on the 6th of March
and me call launch about 3 important initiatives one one free exercise books
okay
I'm printing 10,000 copies na me launching wo amponyanse na me ma 1,000 pieces of copies wo the vision is that by 2027 ma kwalabia nko school e wo basic level no wa Courtroom ento exercise books
no better
see I printed 10,000 or china no so ko and I have 10,057 students at the basic level now
at least obi abenya baako
at least see we ni ka ho obi abenya mienu but enye me chama obi anya bi na see mama schools no directed by the education officers omo coordinate normal mame the list of needy students because me monitor me call supervision and I say to all the schools and me identify say ultimi classroom na kola yi book back one or the all the subjects in the school and me say kwan be na me so metima fa so ayi sa how na free and no books na no and na omo munta de shemunya papa nso 500 school uniforms na sada no so me call launch no wamase another 500 are ready no so ye di yi omo munta de shemunya papa no eno nyina ma launch a multimedia news platforms no my news no with evidence the commission football pitch no work from for about many years yenya a very nice place venue center at the year 6 March no and I'm a cat sort for I know you get fund project for the start of dormitory for yes
now football is astroturf
no yeah natural grass but me na Nilam Teva Napo drip coordinator or buy obi hu ye no obo ni and na me ne MPC ni bebre di nkomo the cost of one astroturf no very huge and the maintenance of it edin na natural glass no unya papa na uye ni ya ni sustainability maintenance perfect so I was encouraging them and me wi am the chat any ade am the MPC ni bia o yes mention from the start up to say ye commission project no
and na in running kwase
no
grass nen kwase
no it's how I will prepare land na dua no glass na go so no no within reasonable time bia no na wo water na wo ye bia sisi ye bia ho no say week bia nso to be mienu ne de you don't need to even waste water say yeah so eno nyina and others me free Wi-Fi and also yes for the Constituency capital we just switch onto a Zuma Wi-Fi now who you should work from
Wi-Fi
yes
a Courtroom
yes
a capital town here
a Courtroom and on a district capital yes and also my commissioner
free Wi-Fi.
Yeah there's a video be circulating na buy be HA do the Wi-Fi and I'm saying Messiah education can be called on the I know anything. But so straight to Menua lawyer Kwesi Botchi. But Kwesi Botchi wo kasana me monitor Facebook
YouTube live stream
your YouTube. Yeah. Oh okay na comments no akwesi ya kohwe
na Felix kasa dia wa monitor
me say wo kasa na me monitor
kasa ya kohwe sounds wo be kasa akwesi no master today akwesi
me ba a lawyer wo kasa metie di because minim say
metimba mi no abomidi o
so kasa lawyer na moderate asem no and lawyer kasa and I'm a common student afi na me ye me LLB kra me nwie me interject ya be ka kire me say
senior na okasa
o ye no free one mo a gentle profession, a very respected profession that we kasa we interject wo person wo kasa also wo catch the eye of you understand so me te basic you know sinti me nua emfa ho say me bo ni me no tie me nya nkobo obi o te abonti wo na me bo ni enti me bo ni ana wanya abotre. Yes, say he who goes or who comes for equity
must come with clean hands.
For sasa not to ever be kan ho asem da shi Kwesi Botchi asema. But eto da bia proper for say won kasa dan say obekasa kasa bebre di asemba kasa pie di asemba say yenuanom so mo yenuanom po yakuranom MPP for mo nye yenuanom yakura for MPP for anase bibisa se eyena Ghana for ani ji no mu refi eniema bia aban a wotwa mu kode ye fa mu a no ma be kaye because nanka Ghana for every year fi se o mampani na nado dan kwakufu ado no or the over 250 something billion old Ghana cedis at the high play every 1 hour
and the new 200 something 50 billion there
make go old Ghana cedi men can cedis no o convert ya
a $15,000 and $20,000 an hour
na sa time no $1 no you saying
at the time na be 14
and you calculation yes na me fanjina da bia o pese be gina said da be ya chi and you okay and now o pese me fanjina say
1.5 o dey be 2 billion
2 billion old Ghana cedis say 200 million and me wa na you say
2 billion old Ghana cedis be 200,000 CCR
okay 200 old Ghana billion
20
billion yes 1 hour 20 billion 1 hour
2 billion
sorry 2 billion
15,000
yes 2 billion 1 hour
yes
TTC Ghana
sure
2 billion
per that exchange rate
1 hour
yes
me better now say 1 hour ya so think I tua 2 billion nanado dan kwakufu ado one ba omia lawyer Kwesi Botchi party no de omo ye no na Ghana for re ye fiade we wo say obi di ne nua play anante na wo de ye mfato ho say minister we ka say ono so adanfo say na sabi obi senior sisi ya enam nkomodie ya adwumadie ne ade nti sabi enye nhye so ba me hu ne say wa be ye madamfo yi say me kwa constituency akodi dwuma bi na wo ka bi na bebeje ebi a meko bia wo say me han ka ebe ko me common fan no mu ne ade be tete eyi na me ba na me beje wo ka no na de me ya ne fuel because say me ko han ka e de akwa ebi ebe cost me be ye enkani enesika yi ebi a let's say 20,000 Ghana cedis na me de akwa ba titiska 200 million na se ne me beje wo ka yi na bia metimi kwato fuel no kra mato abia 3,000 Ghana cedis uti free 20,000 ma ka 17,000 we say I didn't know makoje madam for there na me de akọ eto da bia we apply common sense in governance and in every life me be bia I am in support for transparency and accountability that fuel na yeto yes anybody are all call for say you how much we are spending on the fuel and other expenses in a right direction. Legitimate call. Because one city of public fund it should be accounted. But see abema dey na look say so bad they say wonso obia alaju cruise and say asem we dey obia na adwemu da ho fan bia nim say we dey obia na adwemu da ho fan bia nim say asem we ahana no kure ne da dey na yenua no matimi approve with document bi your right to information bill
right to information act now
bill now act
yes
so right to information act
yes
baby chile wajenia you have the right as a Ghanaian through that act so obeti mabusa
sure
why not me produce a document in support say na buy now spend as and ye say and be spending less than that enti a waste of public funds. Why not me show proof of a single? Yeka conflict of interest na aye broad. Obi a wote o man mo bia ni mo bi relate to obi e wo kwan bi so. Direct or indirect. Until say ade bi a wo be direct beneficiary. E be ba wo fi say because of your connection here there was a would declare. Now there was a rescue what try rookies there was a ebi crowd betima trem but won't take it part of
in the decision
making no. Until that no we are indirectly or directly connected. This is about second or third program I mean you kwesi ya appear also and kakra we become friends. E better the be betima for phone abusa am say woni ahon te say me hu wa che me so betima for and also conflict ya no. Once we start having that cordial relationship enya by blood ne ade nko related ne ho kwanya ba nko na yewu so ye can na many akwasi or your lawyer you pay due diligence to documents who tries to catch akwasi say Ibrahim Mahama eba concession agreement ne nasifo ya starting na ontie kra ontie on person otie say e hwase da ben but who him say in contractual agreements no ne some business agreements ne ade no ebi wo ha e wo ba bi start ya kwa kopem ba bi enti utimi aka say da bi Ibrahim Mahama na ne hihye ya wo ne this campaign e ye no wa take over na wa yesi no eno ade ne ya no wa provide evidence to dispute the fact ayenye nim say ade ne start wo wa ban no wo ho no then yafa was serious so we betena her as a lawyer now be catch there say President Mahama ba power bia oba oye president bia na ninu ato jet ba ko di ka to 2022 a fact accurate 2012
yeah 2012
accurate a fact but sasa uni pakro na ye catch there say the current one now bano or 2024 and after na arrival with evidence what's it there be I know they won't better can was him
no evidence
so
far, evidence how why say or turn anyway
so be the bedru an arrival date na me dem can was him
na what you say
arrival date no that is the basic understanding
same way
because the public will not know when